Waiting for the light to go green, and we're going to cue the intro.
It's like YouTube is...
CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks and grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
All right, well, we're just going to jump right in here, folks. Welcome, everybody, to episode 117 of CoCoTALK Live, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. We've got a great panel, and as promised, we have a very special guest with us in the audience. You might be able to recognize his picture there. We're going to go around the room and say hi to everybody real quick, and then we'll get in. We're going to jump right into the meat and potatoes of the show, so we're just going to start up here in the top left-hand corner of the screen. Our backup streaming engineer, all-around nice guy wearing a really snazzy shirt there. We got Mark Bosley. Welcome back, Mark.
Hello, everybody.
Our resident Apple guy and wearer of fine quality eyewear, we've got Mark D. Overholzer. Hey, Mark.
Howdy. Glad to be here.
And from Canada, co-creator of the Nitrous 9 operating system, L. Curtis Boyle. Hello, L.
Hello, everyone.
Also from Canada, keeping the country balance here. We've got names so nice we must say it thrice. Nick Marotta. Nick Marotta's with us.
Good day. Glad to be here.
Legendary game designer, the guy who made Zaxxon, Steve Bjork, is with us.
Howdy, all.
We've got fan of furry animals and another Australian with us in the show here today, David O'Connor. Good day, David.
Hey, everybody. It's good to be back.
Good to have you. We got the man who made our special guest happen today. Brian Weasler's in the house. Hello, Brian.
Hello. Hello, all.
We got another Aussie in the house. Chad is with us. G'day, Chad.
G'day.
Crikey. We've got a special correspondent out in the field today. Jason, the Coco Man Riker's with us.
Good afternoon from Cleveland.
All right, and we'll hear from all about where you are later in the program today, Jason. James Diffendaffer is with us, optimizer of many ROMs. Hey, James.
Hello, everyone.
The guy who takes live streaming to new heights, Grant Leedy's with us.
Good day, everybody.
Legendary CoCo game designer, another Aussie, Nick Marentis in the house. Nick Marentis, welcome.
Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone.
From California, he knows the way to San Jose. Mikey's with us, Michael Furman.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Good. Welcome to the program, Mikey. We have we have royalty in the house. Sir David Ladd, Lord of the Floppies, with us. Welcome, David.
Good day, everyone. I can't wait to see how today goes.
As usual, no energy.
No energy. Mr. Low Key himself, David Ladd. And last but not least, our very special guest on the program today. You may know him as the 8-bit guy. It's David Murray. Thank you for being with us, Dave.
Hey, thank you for having me on.
All right. And Dave is the guy who knows all about the CoCo, right, Dave?
Yeah.
So we might be able to do some knowledge exchange here throughout the show. Why don't we just jump in, and we're gonna play "This Is Your Life" with Dave Murray, and just you're gonna be able to talk about whatever you want to talk about, Dave. But I know you mentioned there was a few things you did want to talk about, but I don't know where you want to begin. Do you want to start by like what you did when retro was new and what you're doing now, or?
Yeah, whatever you want to talk about is fine.
We know you're a Commodore guy, so tell us about where your passion for the Commodore began.
Well, like a lot of people, it was my first computer, so it's still the one I'm the most passionate about. And so I'm biased towards it that way. But yeah, I started with the Commodore VIC-20, and we had Commodore PETs in my elementary school. And, I moved up the chain over the years to the C64 and then the C128 and then the Amiga. And by the way, I noticed you put my picture up there. I do apologize for not having a camera available like everyone else. Just bad timing on this. But anyway. So anyway, yeah, I grew up with the Commodore stuff, then moved into the PC stuff. I didn't start to get into some of the other 8-bit machines like the CoCo or the Apple II or whatever until later in life, just because I became interested in them, historically speaking. So.
Very cool, very cool. A number of us are into a lot of different systems. I have not gotten into the Commodore myself, but I know Mark Overholzer's mentioned he's got a handful of commies in his collection. I know, I'm not sure if Simon's going to join us, but Simon Jonason started in one of our CoCo Nuts. He started in the C64 demo scene and has been trying to get a color computer demo scene going. And Jim Brain's out there trolling us in the live chat. Okay, now he says he's going to get his microphone. Okay, so Jim Brain from Retro Innovations will be joining us shortly. He's our CoCo Commodore crossover guy since he makes hardware for that.
Lots of respect for Jim.
Yeah, well, don't let it go to his head.
Go tell him that.
Excellent. And so when did you begin your illustrious career doing, YouTube and kind of internet media retro type stuff?
Well, believe it or not, it's been almost, I think over 10 years ago.
Wow.
I started making videos about just random things, kind of, with Macs and Amigas and C64s and stuff. Most of that content I've actually removed from my YouTube channel because I actually removed that like 3 or 4 years ago because as I look back at it, I'm like, it was really cringeworthy, for today's, for the standards that we have today for YouTube. So yeah, I removed a lot of that, but yeah, I started doing that as a hobby about 10 years ago.
Wow.
Do you still have those old ones? Because I mean, if far in the future as an archival thing, like trying to find old Beatles tracks in the 50s or something. I mean, it might actually be interesting to see how you progressed.
Yeah, I do have some of it still archived. Yeah, not all of it, but
see, the real reason why he's asking is he's looking for dirt on you.
No, I'm Canadian. I'm far too polite for that. So.
Yeah.
Well, at least to tell you.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool of you to be able to admit to that too. But I think anybody who's been working in any craft or trade or hobby, you would probably look back and say, "Gosh, when I started, I was, if you take up watercolors or anything, pencil sketching, where you began to where hopefully you end up, you would see some progression in that." So
yeah, that's true. And something that I have to often point out to people is that I still get a lot of criticism today for my video quality or my audio quality or my editing quality or narrating, all kinds of little different nitpicks about the production quality of my show. And the thing that I always tell people is that in order to be successful on YouTube, all you really have to do is have production quality that is 99% better, that's better than 99% of everything else out there on YouTube, which is not actually that hard to do if you consider how crappy most of the YouTube are out there.
It is amazing.
And so 10 years ago, the bar was even lower than it is today because there were far fewer people trying to do professional type content on YouTube. So even though those videos are cringeworthy today, when you look at them, they really weren't that bad 10 years ago. And that's one of the reasons that the channel gained subscribers back then. If I had started a channel today with that same level of quality, I wouldn't get any subscribers at all. The bar was the barrier to entry back then was way easier.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I was just going to suggest if you get people that are trolling like that, dissing your abilities on editing, etc., just send them over to watch an episode or two of our show, and you'll look absolutely.
Well, and I don't doubt that some of those people are better at for example, the guys nitpicking my audio, they're usually like audio engineers or something like that, right? So, I just have to explain to these people, look, I have like, you have one job to do. You're an audio engineer. I have like 30 jobs to do to produce these videos, and I have to be decently good at all of them. And, you're just good at one thing. So, sometimes they'll just keep persisting, and I'll finally get fed up with it. I'll say, well, look, you just start your own YouTube channel.
Yeah, exactly.
A million subscribers. Yep. You can come back and tell me how, to do it, and I'll follow your lead.
I really do think your videos are pretty well polished.
Yeah.
I really do enjoy watching them. So.
Thank you.
Well, we all know that comments on YouTube are a little unfair.
Yeah.
So I was just going to say that, Steve. Yeah.
That's kind of being nice about these jerks, but still.
They're worth the paper they're written on.
Well, I still remember when I was doing Super Nintendo stuff, there was an audio engineer that would review all the cartridges that got submitted from third party. And the guy was known to be hard. If a particular sound effect didn't come in right, or there was a slight chance that there was a distortion, the game got rejected. And he wouldn't tell you why and you have to go through the entire game to figure out what he's complaining about. And he then, on Madden football, he nixed it. EA complained and got the guy fired. But the guy was such a perfectionist that everything had to be perfect. So yeah, in every field, there's going to be the critics that are just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, and on the internet, it's easy to hide behind the keyboard.
That, and you also have to keep in mind that when people comment on a video, most of the time, if they're only going to comment if they either have some emotional response to the video that's either negative or positive. If they just watch the video and they're mildly entertained like everybody else, they're not going to bother to comment. They're only going to comment if they got something negative to say or something really positive to say. And most of the time it's negative, but
Yep.
They might click a like button, but that'd be as far as the casual viewer.
Yeah. So I always kind of have to remind myself of like my time working at AST tech support. I used to get calls every day from people who had problems with their computer. And, this one customer one time asked me, he says, do you guys get a lot of calls with problems with these computers? And I had to think about it for a second. I says, well, I'm a little biased in that because nobody ever calls up here and waits on hold to tell me how good their computer's working. So we only hear, one side of the story all the time. So there's a little bit of a disconnect there. You don't get the whole picture, right?
Yeah, whatever the opposite color of rose-colored glasses is, that's what you got.
Hey, tech support, I was just calling to say how awesome this machine is. I just wanted you guys to know. Yeah. Much love.
No problem.
And I really love waiting 2 hours to tell you.
I think the biggest problem too is a lot of the people that are YouTubers or comment on YouTube are millennials who wouldn't know a good computer if it slapped them in the face.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah,
and don't realize that half of the systems that are running and half of the programmers that got all these good programs up and running were our generation.
Yeah.
We got one comment in the live chat from Tim Franklin. He says, my only complaint about is there's not enough of them when it comes to your videos. So
see, there's a reason for your back catalog right there. No,
Paul Fiscarelli had a question too.
What's that?
Paul Fiscarelli had a question also.
What was that? Go ahead.
About David's game.
Okay. Oh.
What was the question, though?
I'm going to go back to the live chat.
Sorry, I'm jiggling 5 screens here. So
that was on the Planet X3, wasn't it?
Yes, Planet X3.
Yep. CoCo version?
Is there a CoCo version of Planet? Might there be a CoCo Computer 3 version of Planet X3?
And that's Jim Brain, who's finally joined us. Hey, Jim, welcome.
Hey.
So I get asked questions like that all the time for various different platforms. Is there going to be an Amiga version? Is there going to be an Atari ST version? Is there a CoCo version, etc.? And one thing I just kind of have to explain to a lot of people is that this game is, it's not like writing a modern game where you're using like, a programming language like C or something like that. And then you have like all these libraries where a person could write, for example, a game on a Windows PC and it's not too difficult to port to a Mac because you have like most of the same libraries and stuff available. But when you're writing a game where you're talking directly to all of the hardware, it's a monumental task to rewrite that game for another platform. And most of you guys know that already, but just, for those who are listening, the
CPU difference.
The port to, especially when you're going to an entirely different CPU, because these games are written in assembly language, so you really can't even save any of the code. All of the code has to be rewritten. The only thing you might be able to save is some of the graphics, but even then, if you're going to a different graphics chip or sound chip, the way that those graphics have to be custom designed is you almost have to start from scratch for everything. So
like lack of a sprite chip and going to a straight bitmap, and there's just a ton of issues too.
Yeah, so I am going to release the source code to Planet X3 soon, probably in the next couple of months. And I know there's a Sega Genesis port in progress right now, but I'm not going to be personally doing any ports to any other systems, because it took me a year to write the game the first time, and it would take me probably at least a year to port it to something else. And I've got other projects I'm working on right now, so no, I'm not going to be porting it to anything else. But that doesn't mean somebody else won't do it with all the source code and tools and stuff available. So
yeah, that's cool.
So you have no problem with somebody else doing a port? Not that I'm volunteering or anything at this moment, but
no, I would actively encourage it, actually. So yeah.
Okay.
Now, you mentioned other projects. I know you're working on a new computer, and I'd be curious to hear a little about that and the people you're working with on that.
Yeah, actually, one of the people that we're working with is right here in the group, which is Jim Brain. He's part of our little development team. He's mostly just been, advising, criticizing.
he's good at that.
Yeah, I'm excellent at that. My favorite subject.
But I always listen to whatever he has to say. I don't always necessarily do what he says, but he's. I very much respect Jim and his opinion and his level of knowledge and whatnot. But sometimes his goals are a little different from what mine are. So, I'll be happy to. I could talk about that for like 3 hours. So I don't necessarily know that that's a good idea. So just whatever you want to know about specifically. We're calling it the Commander X16, which is basically, just to summarize the project, I'm trying to create a modern Commodore 64, so to speak. When I say modern, I want it to be built with all off-the-shelf parts, right? So you don't have to go out and source like old VIC chips or SID chips or something like that. And I'm not looking for any level of compatibility with the C64. So it's not like going to run the same games or anything like that, because we're having to use different video and sound chips. But I want the experience of the computer, like when you boot it up, I want it to look exactly the same, all the kernel and the basic and everything to operate exactly the same. So as an example, like anybody who's familiar with like the Commodore VIC-20 or the 64 or the Plus 4 or the 128, they're all incompatible with each other, and the PET too for that matter, but they all still run they're all the same kernel for the most part, and the look and feel and operation of the computers are very similar, and they will actually load each other's programs to a certain extent. Like if you write a program that's all basic, that doesn't use any graphics or sound, you can run that program on a VIC-20 or a C64 or a Plus 4 unmodified without, any changes whatsoever. And that's the level of compatibility that this is going to have. So in many ways, you might say it's like, it's just like going to be another member of the Commodore family of computers, right?
Okay.
So
you want the experience of the Commodore 64 without actually making another physical clone of.
Right, and that allows us to change a lot of the things about it in what I think is a little bit of a positive way. In fact, it's going to be considerably more powerful than a C64. It's going to run at least 8 times as fast. It's going to have a lot more RAM. It's going to have a lot better video capabilities. The sound is, I wouldn't necessarily say better. It's going to be different. It should give the same programming experience and the same user feel and experience of using one. So that's kind of the goal of this project.
Are you going to be planning on expanding the BASIC itself then to accommodate all these extra features that you're adding onto it to make it as easy to program so that it's not as much of a transition for a programmer?
Well, okay, so that's a bit of a complicated topic. Let me try to summarize that as easy as possible. So the first and primary goal is to get it running BASIC V2, which is the same version of BASIC that runs on the VIC-20 and the C64. And that, of course, never had any graphics or sound commands or anything like that. People always had to use poke and peek statements to access the graphics card, which has pros and cons to that. The con, of course, is it makes it more difficult to program stuff in BASIC, but the pro or the benefit of that is it teaches you how the chips work. So when you move to assembly language, it's almost like second nature how to program those chips. So, but the first goal is to get BASIC V2 running, and then kind of a stretch goal would be to get some other form of BASIC that would have more commands and more user friendliness to it. In fact, I would like to have something that's very similar to the Maximite computer, where you basically just type edit and you go into like a full screen editor and you can have like labels, and, ditch the line numbers, stuff like that. That's kind of the ultimate goal. But and it may not even get there on the first revision of the product. But that's kind of where I'd want to go with that. And I also want to have a built-in monitor, like a machine language monitor. And I've got this really neat idea for how to make one that's kind of a hybrid between an assembler and a monitor, so that you can actually write decently complex programs with the efficiency and speed of a machine language monitor, but with some of the features of an actual like assembler, where you can use labels and stuff like that. So it's kind of hard to explain, but anyway, yeah, I want to make the programming experience a little bit easier. Yeah.
Okay.
Now,
yeah.
You're I'm assuming you're using a 65/816, since you're talking about a lot more memory.
Well, we were originally going to go with that, but now we're going to use a 65 CO2. Yeah. We're going to the way that we're this computer is going to have what we call low RAM, which is the base system memory that'll cover the first 64K, so to speak, and then we're going to have what's called high RAM. This is just words we're making up, but yeah, it's basically going to be one bank of 8K, or one little window of 8K inside the main 64K address map, and that bank can be banked 256 times. So it can have up to 2 megs of memory available through that little 8K window.
Okay, so a single 8K window, though, not an MMU like the CoCo 3 has, where you can remap all 8K blocks to whatever.
No, it's just a single 8K window. It's kind of dedicated for that purpose. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I would jump in and say, I think one of the things the folks need to understand, especially since being broadcast, is the team, as I've kind of seen it from kind of being maybe not in the front seat of it, designing a computer, even though you're using what essentially is 80s technology, can be a little bit daunting, and especially in light of David's wanting to use maybe not necessarily period correct chips, but not move everything into an FPGA, right? The goal was not to have just a computer in a Verilog or VHDL or whatnot. But as you work with actual physical ICs, there's a lot of learning curve that folks in like Tandy or in the Commodore arena, like folks like Bill Hurd or whatnot, they had to deal with, setup times, hold times, what kind of maximum speed you can use and whatnot. And I think one of the goals of the project is to run it significantly faster than 1 megahertz, so 8 or maybe even faster than 8 megahertz. The way that the 65C18 does its additional addressing is a little bit interesting, and it creates a significant additional amount of complexity for computer design. So I think David and the team they started down that path and then have kind of regrouped around, let's make sure that we have a version 1 of the solution that is, not going to just be a stillborn computer system. So let's focus on the 8-bit, 16-bit address space of the 6502. Although I will tell you that, because I'm constantly criticizing everything that I see, I'm trying to provide some constructive criticism, but I did tell folks that it would be really nice to have at least one of the capabilities that's available in the Tandy color computer line, which is the Slim B capability, the being able to push out a lot of the address space of the environment from the cartridge port so that you can do some different things. So while David's commenting on the standard capabilities of the machine, the hope, at least from my part, is that there's these advanced capabilities that are not natively enabled on the platform, but have some hooks so that folks who want to try to go in that direction, or even the original design team, because the 6502 and the 65816 have pretty much the same footprint. Dave had been talking on the channel about the idea of let's get it working with 6502, and then at the very least we might be able to put the 65816 into the environment, even though the address space is going to be still set with the 64K space. But once you do that, then there might be even more interesting things. And I think, David, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think one of the ideas as part of this experience of having this computer system is the fact that some people want to play around in the software side of it, and then other people want to play around in the peripheral part of it. So the hope is to have something for both of those sets of people who want to kind of push the existing hardware, and then folks who want to attach other things to the hardware, maybe even additional memory expansion capabilities like the MMU functionality found in the CoCo 3.
Yes, I would say that is an accurate statement. And one of the goals of this project that I can't understate enough is that I wanted to make a computer that was simple enough that I could see this computer being used in like computer science classrooms to teach people, oh, here's how basic computer architecture works. And that's one of the reasons I didn't, that's one of the reasons I finally slammed the hammer down on some of the feature creep that we were having, because everything that we added additional complexity, and the 65816 specifically added an enormous amount of complexity. And I would also say not necessarily complexity, but question marks, like, is this actually going to work type thing. And so what we finally ended up doing is Kevin, who's designing the board, I told him, I said, why don't we just take the architecture of the Commodore VIC-20? We've got the schematics here. Let's just rip out the VIC-2 chip, because we don't need that anymore. And we don't need the fact that it shares memory every other cycle with the CPU. We don't need that anymore because our video chip doesn't work that way. So Kevin basically copied most of the schematics right from the Commodore VIC-20, then made modifications as needed. So the VIC-20 is a really, really simple architecture. So we're at this stage where we've gone from the board we were designing was kind of like, I don't know, like I like Jim, what he said stillborn. I think that's what it was going to be, because I don't think it was going to boot when it worked, or when we powered it on. And I don't think after a year of troubleshooting, we'd still get it to boot. So with the design that we have now, it's based off of pretty much things that are already known to work. And so I think that's going to eliminate a lot of the question marks and hopefully give us a system that's not stillborn.
Yeah, you don't have to deal with multiplexed address lines and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Right. And there's one of the things that's also interesting about this, David started up, I don't remember when your first video was around wanting, kind of the genesis of the idea of wanting to have a simpler machine that used, real circuits as opposed to being, all virtual or whatnot. That video came out a while ago, and then for a while there was a project that kind of started up from a person who was watching the videos, who said, "Oh, that's a great idea. I want to start up a project of that nature." That I think that project is now called the Phoenix 256.
Correct.
And I think you and I can't think of the lady's name that
Stephanie.
Stephanie, that's right, Stephanie. So I've met Stephanie. Met her last year at one of the Las Vegas expos. But she kind of went full steam ahead. But her goals started to significantly diverge from yours, and so you had to so you've already kind of pulled the project back a couple times. One is kind of that pull back to say, wow, that project is going to be, when it's done, it's going to be like $300. It's got 4 or 5 FPGAs on it. That's really not what I was looking for. And of course, she's moving on with her effort, which is great, I'm sure. But then starting down this path, having an 816 idea, feature creep, kind of pulling it back into the kind of VIC-20 kind of with some additional capabilities. And then along the way on the Facebook group, if folks, and I can't put the link in there, but there's a Facebook group where David and the group kind of tell folks where they are with the project. There's been like 2 or 3 other folks in there like, oh, I'd like to go off in this direction. So I don't know how one should necessarily feel about that. I think I choose to feel good about it, although there's probably some some struggles there, but it seems like this idea has caught a lot of people's interest. And so there's kind of David's vision for where his machine wants to go, or where he wants to go with his idea. And then there's kind of all these kind of other things that are kind of sliding off to the side or splintering off. The way I look at that is there's evidently a huge desire to have a machine that is this type of machine. It's not just a Raspberry Pi, but it's more powerful than an Arduino or whatnot. So it kind of fits in a specific space.
Yeah. Yeah. In fact, I've been, to be honest, completely amazed at the number of people that have joined the Facebook group for the Commander X16. I think there's over 8,000 members on there now.
Wow.
You know, when I first announced that Facebook group, I thought there might be a couple hundred people join up on there, but there are just so many people that are interested in this project. It's really blown me away. And I will take an opportunity to say one thing, though. I did a video about this, I think, late last year, and I'd stated the goal was to be able to produce a board for, and sell it for around $50. And unfortunately, that part of the goal is probably, delayed, I should say, because what we're going to do now is we're going to make a board that's out of real chips, and they're all going to be dip package chips. A lot of these chips are available in surface mount, but I just thought, everybody wants the dip package chips because it's old school and it's easy to hack, and it's, it's easy to work on, and it makes it more visibly like you can look at the board and actually see better how things work. And so that's the route we're going with the first generation of the project. But I do hope to come back and do, especially since there seems to be so much demand for it, and do some cost reduced versions later. Like we could move a lot of these chips to surface mount and get some of it prefabricated. That would probably drop the price some, and then eventually we might put the whole thing in an FPGA. And I don't mind doing that. I didn't want the whole, I don't mind doing that later, like having an FPGA version that you could sell for $50, like a Raspberry Pi basically. But I didn't want it to be based on a non-existent computer. I wanted the architecture to be based on something that was real, and so I felt like we needed to build the real thing first, and then later we could put it all in an FPGA and maybe have a RAM chip or something, and just whatever is absolutely necessary to be able to sell it cheaply. So that's kind of the different stages that we're gonna take this project. So.
Do you want this to be just a board, or do you want to be able to put it inside some kind of a case that looks retro?
Well, I would love to have it inside of a case that looks retro, but just from a perspective of what's realistic, being able to do it on a budget is we're going to try to make it like mini ATX, or maybe even later versions might be ITX, so that you could put it in a standard off-the-shelf case that like you might put a PC board in.
Is the goal to run the same BASIC as a 64 or version 2?
Yeah. Right. So in theory, like if you had, say, like a text adventure game that was written in BASIC on the 64, it actually should run on this computer unmodified without any changes whatsoever. I mean, you'll even be able to plug in your disk drive, your 1541 disk drive, if you want, and actually load the game right off of it and play it.
Wow.
So that's kind of the level of compatibility we're looking for.
But I think it's important to note is, maybe I'll just put a thing in here. I know David's been frustrated by this, and I see a lot of the frustration on. So there's a public-facing Facebook page where kind of public, information is disseminated, and then there's the private areas where the developers are talking and whatnot, and no end of consternation around the community. Maybe that's a little bit too harsh, but on the Facebook page, David or Kevin or Lauren or some of the other folks who are kind of core members of the team will post a public thing. And David posted as well in his FAQ, hey, we're going to start with a V2 version of BASIC. And I correct me if I'm wrong, David, but I think everybody in Commodore Arena understands that BASIC V2 is that's like vanilla ice cream, right? It's ice cream, but it's just barely ice cream, right? And right, and there's no extra flavor or anything, but it's a great base to start from other things. And if you want something
70s basic,
that's right. If you want something that's just the simplest way to get something up and running and not have too high of goals, then to get up something up and running, V2 is a good thing. V1 had bugs, and V2 is just it. But but I think people took that as that was the only BASIC that they were going to put onto the environment, something that was V2 compatible. And of course, since we're on a CoCo show, obviously the color computer crowd, one of the things I've noticed is like, oh my goodness, BASIC V2 is like cooking with stones and so I very quickly, I think the dev team was like, no, we're just going to start there, and then we're going to start adding, just like the color computer did. And they color basic, and there was extended color basic, and then dist extended color basic, and there was all these things. And
you got to crawl before you can run.
That's right. But oh my goodness, the level of vitriol! Like, well, I'm not gonna. This project sucks because it's only going to have this antiquated basic, and the same thing is true like for the video, the audio chips and whatnot. So David, you may want to take this opportunity because I have a feeling that folks from the Facebook group will probably find this video. You might want to let them know what you really would like them to not do in the Facebook group, because I see all the time you guys are like, listen, for the 50th time, we are not using an FPGA, or sorry, one of the things that, I guess I should back up, one of the things that David wanted to do is in the sound arena, at least, he wanted to use chips that were still sourceable, right? So there's a whole bunch of great sound chips, SID and there's a whole bunch of Yamaha chips that are awesome and whatnot, but very, very few of them are actually sourceable today. Like you can get an actual current source for those chips
in quantity.
It's right, in quantity, as opposed to just new old stock or whatever. And so one of the early things was we might bin this if we can't find something, but we are going to give huge preference to something that we can source at quantity right now, today. And right after that, people are like, hey, what about putting the SID in there? And you're like, excuse me, did you not read the last sentence I said? Where in the world would you source a bunch of SIDs?
They'll often say stuff like, well, what about the FPGA SID? Well, it's like, those are like $70 a piece. How are we going to put that in a product we're trying to sell for $50? So yeah, and to go back to something Jim was talking about there. So the reason that we're going with Basic V2 is, well, for one thing, because I think it's in the spirit of the C64 and the VIC-20, but also because we're trying to have, or at least I am trying to have realistic goals, because that was kind of one of the things I keep talking about. I have to keep reining this project in, because every time we add a new thing to it, well, suddenly the development cycle gets twice as long. And so I'm trying to make something that's realistic that we can actually produce within a year, right? Rather than because it's a small team, right? A lot of other people on this team are working in their spare time, including me, really, because my main job is making videos. So this is something that we want to be realistic with what we can develop in a short amount of time. And when we say Basic V2, basically what we're saying is Microsoft Basic. It's very similar to the Basic you'd find on the Apple II, for example. Obviously, the screen editor is very different, but it's very similar Basic.
And I think I think the color computers, the Basic that's in color computer had its origins with Microsoft as well. Is that not correct?
Yes, it is Microsoft Basic.
It's got SureGet and
It's the CoCo Basic is kind of the predecessor to GWiz Basic on the IBM PC, because a lot of the graphics commands and stuff actually came from the CoCo first.
The standard color Basic is pretty much what the Commodore 64 has. And MC10 has kind of the same thing. I mean, there might be a couple, difference in commands and things like that, but they're pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Interpreter design is very much the same.
Yeah, unlike going to something like the Sinclair, which has a totally different Basic.
It's very different.
Yeah.
Well,
when you boot up a CoCo one, it actually comes up and it says copyright Microsoft 1980 or 1981 on a CoCo one.
Yep.
Anyway, the thing I was going to say, though, is what I haven't talked about a lot, so this may be news. I think Jim knows about this, but so not only do we have a banking section for that RAM window, but we're also, the ROM we're putting in, technically there's 16K of ROM space in the main address area of, the main bus, but that's also bankable. And so there's going to be up to 8 banks of that 16K ROM. So you can put entirely different kernels and different base, types of Basic or other completely different programs in that if you want. And for example, I already have planned, so the second bank is going to be for that fancy ROM monitor I was talking about. And so, but yeah, there's 6 more banks there. You could absolutely put other flavors of Basic, or a lot of people have been talking about, we want fourth or something like that. Somebody else wants to write that. That's totally fine with me. We'll stick it in there. And so, and the firmware is flashable. So over time we could add more and more stuff to the operating system.
Does it bank the whole ROM at once?
What do you mean?
The full 16K, or is it an 8K window?
It's a 16K window, so it banks the kernel and basic or whatever at the same time. So
you couldn't keep an 8K core kernel on, say, the lower 8K and then swap the upper 8K out for various sub chunks of functions?
Yeah, you'd have to duplicate the kernel in ROM, which is, we talked about that, and we talked about trying to split it up, but then this, the complexity issue came up again with the board. We're like, it's good enough. We'll just do 16K.
Yeah. So. Well, like you said, if you have a core kernel that's within the 16K that has basic functionality you want across everything, but then you want your upper part of this, each 16K, you want a section dedicated to doing graphics commands, for example, then and you have another one that does the basic core V2 basic. You could actually swap between those, keeping the main chunk, knowing what's going on between the two, and then you can slough off to the second 16K. Okay, go draw a circle and do some painting and whatever else type thing.
Yeah, we thought about that, but it'll be a little inefficient because, like I said, you'll have to duplicate bits of the kernel. Yeah, but
as you said, it runs 8 times faster too. So I mean, the inefficiency may not be noticeable to the user whatsoever. So.
Yeah. Isn't there a version 4 basic like they used in the Commodore 65?
Yeah, well, they had the plus 4,
there's
Commodore 128.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. And as David mentions, those could be ported as well. It's just a matter of what is the bare minimum to make a viable product.
The plus 4 was the first one with an extended basic, and it's pretty similar to the CoCo.
Don't forget, too, what you were saying about the feature creep problem.
Yep.
You can go back to what people were saying on your YouTube channel. You can always turn around and say, well, if you think you can do it better, please feel free.
Put that in your project, right? So
that's right.
And the thing is, you've designed the hardware with these extra banks available, so if somebody does have the inclination to do so in the skill, they can. You're not limiting the hardware off a start to prevent that.
In fact, it has 4 expansion card slots on it, so they work kind of similar to the expansion slots in an Apple II, because each one has a slightly different address that's hard coded to that slot.
Yay.
So that'll give people, if somebody demands, I want a MIDI controller, for example. Well, great, make your own MIDI controller, stick it on there.
Sure.
So, but we're not going to put that kind of stuff on the main board. It's just too much.
What will the video output be on the board?
Okay, so we've gone through like 3 different chips so far. We started off with one, and that was kind of an off-the-shelf solution, and we ended up kind of ditching that. And at the moment, we're using something called we're calling it codename the Vera chip, and it's designed by a guy named Frank in the Netherlands, and it's an FPGA, of course. That's the only FPGA that's going to be on the system is for the video, because there's just no other way to generate a modern video signal and interface it with a 6502. I mean, not with any off-the-shelf parts anyway. So that's the only FPGA in the system, and I told him, Frank, that is, to right now just concentrate on getting text modes working and to get, the bus interface functional so that we can test it. And we literally just tested it like 2 days ago was the first time we ever powered it up and saw video come out of it. And what we've done, of course, is we've put it on a little development board for the Commodore 64, so it actually fits in the cartridge port of a Commodore 64. And I can... So it actually has like dual displays, because I've got the regular Commodore display on a TV here, and then I've got a VGA monitor sitting next to it that shows the display from the Vera chip. And so I've been writing some assembly code to, to display some stuff on the Vera chip. And right now, like I said, it's got a few different text modes. The default is an 80 by 60 with 16 colors. Ooh. And it uses the default Commodore Petsky character set. And then, of course, it also has a 40 by 30 character set and a 20 by 16 character set, or character mode, I should say. So that's all it does right now. He's got a variety of bitmap graphics modes, sprites, and smooth scrolling and all this stuff planned for it, but none of that is functional right now.
Okay. But the actual connector will be a VGA D sub on the output of that then for the
yes,
for
and
display.
It also outputs S-video and composite.
Oh, cool. And then, so since you're mentioning this is not going to go in a specific case, then what is going to be the like keyboard, joystick, and like serial interfaces? How are those going to tap into it?
The keyboard will be PS2.
That's the
easiest off-the-shelf thing to use. I know they're falling out of favor a bit, but you can still get them. And then for controllers, I think this was kind of my call, and there was like lots of debate over this, and there's a lot of pros and cons. But I decided to
disagree.
What was that, Jim?
For the record, I'm disagreeing with this upcoming decision he's making. Just so you know.
Yeah, so I decided to go with NES controllers.
Okay.
And the reason for that is a combination of reasons. I'll let Jim give his opinion after I'm done. But the reason I wanted to go with NES controllers is because they're still made. Like, you can still get them. They're plentiful and they're cheap. And they only require like 3 I/O lines because they use a shift register. And then also because, I mean, people, just modern gamers, like, they don't like joysticks. I don't even like them anymore. I can't stand them. Everybody wants a gamepad. And I know you can get some gamepads like the Genesis controller and stuff that will fit in the C64, but most people want a gamepad that they can hold in their hand, and also more buttons, because the C64 only had 1 button. And that really limited game creativity, because it's like really hard sometimes to make some games that only have 1 button. And so I just thought it was time to move on to something else. And,
okay.
Anyway, so Jim, tell us why you hate that idea.
I've mellowed a little bit. I did push kind of hard for the 9-pin Atari / Commodore / Sega connectors. And I don't know that it doesn't really matter. It's David's choice as to which one it goes to. I think there's some interesting thing that can be done on those. I like the fact that they're directly accessible, except the NES controller is a shift register based thing, so it takes a little bit more effort to get data out of it. David is correct, though. It offers you the ability to, at least in the Super NES, the connectors, the bitstream allows you to have 16 buttons of capability, and so that's nice, right? As opposed to you got 5 bits of data and what do you want to do with them? Although I would counter that you can, if you twiddle the bits directly, you can get 31 things in there by using it as a 5-bit binary value. But whatever the case is, I think my major issue around the NES controller or NES standard is not necessarily the digital part of it, but the connectors are so awful. I mean, there's like these trapezoidal barnacles that hang on the side of your printed circuit board. So
you're saying it's down to aesthetics.
I was just like, oh my gosh, they just look so hard to acquire, and they're so tall and everything. So I decided I would meet David halfway, and that I'd be like, okay, if we're going to do this bit shifting crap, then let's go ahead and do it. But let's at least do SNES connectors, because they're these kind of single row, much more palatable things, in my opinion. So
it's interesting you bring that up. That's actually one of the challenges that me and Kevin have been talking about for weeks now, is he can't not find those like board mount, NES.
Yeah, I couldn't either. That's why I ended up picking up Super NES.
In fact, if you look at our board prototype picture, we posted a picture of the board prototype on Facebook the other day. There aren't any joystick ports. We just have 2 little 5-pin pin headers sticking out of the board, because for the time being, that's how we're going to have to connect them up until we figure out a solution. And one of the things we talked about, and I don't really love this idea, but until we come up with a better idea, this may be the direction we go, is just to use some kind of proprietary, like, mini DIN connector or something, kind of like the Plus4 did or something like that, and just have to kind of roll your own controller connector. I don't know. We'll have to figure out something.
So is there no option? I mean, did you guys discard the idea of using the SNES connectors? Because I found them. You can get right angle PC mount ones. I mean, I'd
appreciate you if you'd send us where you can get that in quantity. And I think we did find some one time, but they were like $8 a piece or something like that.
These are like 50 cents a piece. So
yeah, if you could send that to me, I'd be very interested to see. But I was going to say, as a consolation to this whole thing, and there's something kind of like an elephant in the room that nobody seems to talk about when it comes to the game controller situation, at least in my opinion, is that because we're going to be using a PS2 keyboard, they're going to have real inverted T cursors, right? So like most MS-DOS gamers, they just use the keyboard for playing games, and we'll be able to do that now. On the C64, nobody ever used the cursor keys for games, because if anybody's ever used a C64, you know the cursor keys are not well suited for that. So, that's another consolation to the game controller situation.
The other problem is...
sorry.
Some people prefer one controller. How many adapters then do you have to make to fit that as well, to convert it over?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
The other problem is, like Jason Reichard, one of the fellow members, he creates adapters to run gamepads and Sega Genesis controllers and Atari controllers to work on the CoCo. So it could be cross challenge that to do it, to input another controller on the same plug with an adapter.
Well, I guess you could, yeah.
My question: you're building this hardware. It's going to have Commodore V2 Basic, but the video chip is different to a Commodore. The sound chip is different. You're using different controllers to the Commodore. Therefore, does that mean that there is no software for this? People have to basically write their own software. So, I mean, is that going to be a problem? I can see that being a problem to the success of the machine. If there is no software for the device, you're building all this hardware, but of course, what do you run on it? Are you expecting people to sit there and write stuff in V2 Basic all of a sudden? I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, so I'll answer that question. Actually, yes, the entire purpose of this computer was for people who want to learn to program, or maybe even experienced programmers who want a new platform to code on. So yeah, this computer is by no means targeted towards people who want to play Commodore games, right? Those people don't even bother to apply. The product's not for you. Having said that, as a programmer myself, I actually like the idea of a new platform to program on, because, let me give you an example. If you bring a new programmer in and you sit them in front of a C64 and you say, write a game, like just throw something out there, Tetris, right? Write Tetris. Well, especially if they're inexperienced, one of the things that's very demoralizing for people is when they sit down and they write a Tetris, for example. Well, now suddenly there's already like 400 versions of Tetris that have been written for the Commodore 64, and they're going to their version is going to be compared to all of those, and so it's like I said, it's going to take a little bit of the fun out of it. But if you got a new platform and you sit down and write Tetris, well, you're the first person to write that on that platform, and so you don't have to worry about your code competing with everybody else's that's already out there. So there's a lot of advantages for new programmers to start on a somewhat new platform. But also, the second part of that equation is that, and I haven't mentioned this yet, but so one of the goals of the stages of this development is, I told you earlier, we took the Vera video chip and it's now on a cartridge for the C64. Now, actually, we're planning on mass producing that, so people will be able to buy these, stick them on their C64, and start writing code, and that code will be like literally almost ready-made code for the Commander 16. Because all you have to do is recompile it with a few memory addresses changed in your source code, and bam, now it's compatible with the new product. So, and we're doing the same thing. We've got a little sound card that plugs into the cartridge port that has the sound chips, and we already have this made as well. And so people will have access to the sound and the video on their Commodore 64s with these expansion products. And by the time the Commander 16 comes to market, I'm sure there will already be at least a dozen interesting applications written for it.
Oh, that's cool.
So these cards are almost like a developer's platform for the new platform itself.
Yeah. I've been the word I've been using, I'm kind of grabbing from the automotive industry, but I've been saying we're using the Commodore 64 as a test mule, so to speak.
Test mule. Yeah.
And I like the fact that you're saying that this will be the opportunity for programmers to write the first of a game for this new platform. And honestly, Nick has some experience with that because he wrote some of the games for the Maximite that you mentioned earlier too. So
yeah.
I'm pretty well one of the very few who ever did, and that's my argument, that you've got this new hardware. How many people are out there going to actually do programs? I was one of the first who did actually write a game. I wrote, well, I don't know if you've seen it, David, the Donut Dilemma game, written in BASIC. Well, anyway, it's pretty well one of the major ones on the Maximite, which I wrote way back when it first came out. Well, I'm not aware of anyone else having done games or anything else. So they're all little tiny little programs which, you know, most people don't know of, easily forgotten.
Well, so
and that's what I'm saying. You've got this totally new machine, different hardware, different video. It's only going to be a small market unless your board suddenly sells hundreds and thousands. How much software, how many people are actually going to sit there and program it?
Right. So that's an excellent question. And believe me, we've had plenty of discussions about that. And, well, all I can say is there's a couple of things I can say about that. First of all, go to the Facebook group. There's 8,000 people on there that are eagerly awaiting, like posting little memes with Philip Fry from Futurama saying, "Shut up and take my money." So there's definitely a lot of people that want the product. A lot of those people want to write programs. But the other thing that I think definitely separates us from the Maximite is that because these computers or this computer is going to be like a member of the Commodore family, all of the existing programming tools that people are accustomed to using, whether they be cross compilers or whatever, are going to work on this. And so it's a familiar programming environment for people who are already Commodore coders. And so I think that alone is going to bring in a lot of people. Not only that, people who've already written games for like the C64, for example. Some of those games would not be too difficult since they have the source code to just basically port them over, right? I mean, which with the Maximite, it's such a vastly different platform that, and yeah, I mean, and another thing is just looking at I like to call it a critical mass, right? You have to have a critical mass of people using a computer before people want to write software, because they want other people to use their software, right? So if you just write a game for like an obscure platform, there might be 3 people in the whole world that might actually play it. But I think there's enough momentum behind this project that we're working on that there's going to be that critical mass, so that there will be both people writing software and people enjoying playing it. So.
And didn't you say that the V2 is just the base? You want to be able to move up from there? That was
right. Yeah, that's like the entry point.
Well, right. I expect most of the games and stuff to be written in assembler, just like on the C64. And like I said, we have a plan for making assembler a little bit more accessible to people, which we'll talk about.
Do you have anybody working on a port of the libraries for CC65, the C compiler?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, there were some folks who were talking about porting the CC65 or not porting it, but creating the libraries necessary to run on there in the Facebook group. But it's kind of hard to track since it's not part of the main development.
Not part of the core
right
group.
now. Yeah, it's hard to track. A lot of people come in to the Facebook group and they're like, "Hey, I'm going to work on X, right? I'm gonna do." There was for a while there were folks that were designing logos, and there were people that are. I mean, there was just everybody's got their thing they want to do. But once they announce that they're going to go do that thing, it's kind of hard to track what exactly they've made as far as progress on that, and unless they come back later and say, here's an example of something I've done. And I haven't seen anything on the Facebook group saying, okay, I've created the libraries for the CC65.
Yeah, and one of the problems is it's just too difficult for people to really write anything right now because the product doesn't technically exist, for one thing.
Right.
There's not even an emulator for it. However, that's going to change really soon because we have an emulator that's in progress, and we also, like I said, when I start shipping out these video and sound cards, people will suddenly have a piece of the platform they can start coding for immediately. And so, yeah, that's all going to change in the next few months as things move.
I think what we're not used to as well is we're not used to a community as large as the Commodore community. Like, relatively speaking, the CoCo community is pretty small. I think globally we might be 2,000 to 4,000 people, and probably only a fraction of those are really active. The fact you mentioned you've got 8,000 people in a Facebook group for this, that's huge. That's critical mass right there. And of course, your YouTube platform is close to 1 million people. So you've got a very bright spotlight to kind of promote this with. So
Yeah, and because of that too, you also have a lot more active coders that would be interested in doing this. Whereas our active coding people here is probably like a dozen or two that would have the capability of writing a lot of this stuff. So.
Right. I would say, I mean, not necessarily to close out this question, but I think there's no real answer to it right now. Right. The hardware, because the goals are to not try to use ICs that aren't in production anyway, like the SID chip and whatnot. The project by necessity has to pick other options, which means that the software is going to have to either be, rewritten, ported, modified, whatever from a Commodore base in order to make it work. And I think the team, essentially, what I'm seeing at this point is, even if they only sell 20 units to the folks who just have to have it, and then it ends up getting put on a shelf, the project team seems very committed to delivering the product. And so I think it'll just have to be, that will be the first step. And then if enough, to David's point, if enough people, there's critical mass of people who have purchased the product and enough fraction of those people are compelled to write the software, then it'll have a software library. And if it's not, then it won't. But I don't think the concern over not having software being written for the thing is going to dissuade the David and his team from continuing forward with his idea, because I think then if they don't go ahead and move forward with this, they'll always regret it, because it's like, if we had finished this computer that kind of fits in between the Raspberry Pi and an Arduino type of thing, and kind of have roots in the Commodore space, if we had finished it, would people have come and enjoyed it? We'll never know unless we finish it. So what I see in the development group is we'll commit to finishing it, and then if the community gathers around it, then great. And if the community doesn't gather around it, well, either way, we know our answer to our question.
And if I could just add one more thing to what Nick was kind of saying, like who's going to buy this, whatever. What David's been saying is, I want a machine like what I had back in the 80s. I want to experience that. And what did we do with our machines back in the 80s? We programmed them ourselves.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I think that's a big difference. Like when Mick was pointing out the Maximite and the fact that it never really went anywhere, that was a brand new platform without so much backwards compatibility. You were starting from scratch there. Whereas in this case, the core CPU and stuff is the same as the Commodore 64. So there is a base of programmers that already are familiar with a good chunk of the hardware already. And like you said, when you give out the cards that add the video and the audio stuff that they can program for ahead of time before even getting the new computer, well, then you've got that whole jump on it.
Yeah, that plus it's a 6502, and there's an immense amount of existing code out there, whether it's for the Apple II or any of the other computers that use the 6502. And granted, not all that code is compatible, but like if you need if you're trying to write some program and I need something to convert this mathematical figure or something like that, you can Google it. No, look, there's already some ready-made code to do that.
Sure.
To work on any 6502.
You're talking about 6502 in the color computer group. We're used to a 6809. We don't stoop down that far. Is that right, Steve?
Oh, I've been avoiding comments like you wouldn't believe. I just been grinning and bearing it, hearing about that.
The nice thing is, and David's probably not aware of this, but so a couple of years ago, maybe it's been 5 or 6 years ago or so, maybe even longer. I know Boise Pete asked some folks to see how they might put a 6809 into an Atari unit, the Liber 09, I think is the name.
He did, I think.
Libra, yeah.
Libra, okay. And so, the design, since the first version is going to be, from what I understand, an all socketed dipped version of the board. So the initial version 1 units are going to have that capability. I kind of am interested if anybody in the CoCo community is going to grab a board, because they're a Commodore enthusiast as well, and then they're going to play with it for a while with the 6502 in it, and they're going to be like, oh, let me see if I can get this old project which stuffs a 6809 in there and dump a 6809 in there and have a 6809 based unit. Obviously David, that's not David's goal, but with it being a dip socket, the world's your oyster, right? So you could try that sort of
That's
stuff.
an option.
Yeah, or a Z80 or whatever floats your boat. That's one of the reasons.
6309.
That's one of the reasons I wanted to do the dip packages so that people could tinker with them. Yeah. So,
coming back to the controllers, the other problem you face, it's now after 2015. Back to the Future 2 lied to us because they said we were going to be using video games where you don't use your hands.
Right. That's a baby's toy.
Are you telling me that Back to the Future did not accurately predict the future? I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you.
Well, as far as those controllers go, I definitely agree with going with the NES or Super NES, because to get the extra 3 buttons on the Sega controller, you got to do all this weird timing. Where in the case of the Nintendo stuff, you just shift the bits.
Yeah. Steve used to be a friend of mine, but now he's not.
Well, your problem is strictly hardware. Mine is dealing with the software to read the stupid thing.
Whatever.
David,
Turn into
apart
that
from
us
the-
versus them on hardware and software, isn't it?
Apart from the Commodore world, what's your familiarity with the CoCo world, the world where we have a real BASIC and a real CPU? That'll start it.
Where's the mute button for the Australians?
Games Express do not necessarily reflect
Some of the
those.
Australians.
So, I mean, if you guys have watched my channel, you know I have multiple different CoCos. I have several CoCo 1s, CoCo 2, CoCo 3. I think the most recent one I showed was the CoCo 3 when I hooked it up to an RGB converted TV. You know, I'm familiar with the machines, obviously. I'm familiar with their capabilities. I'm not a real huge fan of the 1 and the 2. I do like the capabilities of the CoCo 3, though. In fact, the computer that I'm building will be very much on par with actually probably exceed some of those capabilities. Yeah, I mean, I didn't grow up with them, so I mean, I'm not as familiar with them as you guys are. But I mean, obviously, I've spent a little bit of time behind the keyboard of them.
Yeah. Actually, that brings up a question I was going to ask earlier when we were talking about your show. When you first started the channel, did you have just specific retro computers or computers in general that you were going, and then you expanded to start covering the entire 8-bit era, or was that your goal from the beginning?
Yeah, that was my goal from the beginning. I will say that there's a lot of computers people have asked me to cover that I probably never will because they were never sold here. So I'm not likely to cover the MSX computers or the PC 88s or the some of the other like the BBC Micro or any of those kind of things that were not sold here in the US because they're difficult to get and I just don't know anything about them and I don't feel comfortable doing a video about something I don't know intimately. So yeah, anything that was sold here though, I'm planning on covering eventually. I've got a whole documentary plan on the CoCo, but it's probably a year away at this point.
Okay, and then a follow-up question. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'd like to apologise on behalf of the Australian contingent. It is 5 o'clock in the morning here now. I've been awake for the last 24 hours. A little bit grumpy this morning.
Actually, Nick's that way all the time, so just don't worry about it. But
Grumpy.
my follow-up question is like, I'm assuming that during the course of your YouTube channel, you've come across some computers that were new to you, probably the CoCo included. And I'm wondering, out of all the ones that you've done, you know, and it sounds like you're basically limiting yourself to the North American market because it's easier to get them and try them out. What is the one or ones that you've been the most surprised that, you know, from your first impression to when you got into it, had things that were much more capable or much surprising, or even, you know, just something that really surprised you about a machine that you weren't that familiar with?
I'm probably going to say the Tandy 1000 because I did not have one of those as you know, growing up, and I remember how should we put this? You know, I remember playing the DOS games, and they would often have the Tandy option in there, and I remember the specifications always seemed underwhelming because, you know, I had VGA systems by that point. But what I didn't realize, and I think I mentioned this in the documentary I did on the Tandy 1000, is that when the Tandy 1000 actually came to the market, it was actually really cool. It was really so far ahead of everything else. It was just unbelievable. But by the time I became, like, the first time I saw a Tandy 1000 was probably around like 1993, and a friend of mine had one, and I went over to his house and saw it, and I was like, yeah, this is not, because he had like a 1000 HX, I think. I was not very impressed with it at all, but I didn't know at the time that it was like, very old, like that computer had come out almost like 7 or 8 years earlier. So looking back after getting into the Tandy 1000, I'm very impressed with it for what it was at the time.
The good thing about the Tandy 1000, there was one version of it that had dual digital to analog converter for it for sound, and a lot of DJs were actually using it, and a lot of sound production people were using it for sampling as well.
Interesting.
Okay. Yeah, the TX.
So speaking of Tandy stuff, one of the things I had mentioned to I'm sorry, I forgot your name. The guy who called me to Stevie.
Yeah.
That I probably should talk about while I'm on here is this whole thing with computer reset. How many of you are familiar with that?
This is the warehouse.
Yeah, the big warehouse.
Yeah, I wish Richard was here. Richard's in Texas too. Richard Lorbieski.
There was a video just released. That's a huge warehouse of like a whole bunch of old hardware and software that's just been boxed up for years and years. Is that the one we're talking about?
And that's right here in town. I've been to it, and I actually been there well before LGR produced the video on that. I was gonna maybe talk a little bit about that and answer any questions, because I've just seen so much discussion about that on the internet lately. I figured you guys would probably want to hear some firsthand feedback from it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Sounds like a good thing to do when we come back from our break.
Yeah, so how about we take take about a 2-minute commercial break, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about that. That way everybody has a chance to go potty, whatever you got to do.
Okay.
Yeah, good segue. All right, guys. So we also have a new segment from CoCo Thoughts. We'll go ahead and air this one. So for those of you not familiar with Samuel Gimes, he's got a segment he's been producing for us called CoCo Thoughts. So we'll lead in with CoCo Thoughts. We'll take a commercial break. I'm going to run a commercial for our CoCo Forever spot, since we just celebrated that last weekend too, and then we'll be back in about 2 minutes. So thanks everybody, and thanks for being here, David Murray. And so we'll be right back.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. Most times I can think of something funny, but occasionally I can't. Viewers think the opposite.
Hey, have you got your CoCo 3 yet? Hi, this is Rick Adams, author of Temple of Ram and Shanghai, and you've tuned into CoCoTALK, the nation's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy color computer.
What's going on, everybody? Original Gamer Stevie Stroh here, and if you're a fan of vintage computing and retro gaming, then you're going to love our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. There you will find custom designs by Instagram artist Joel M. Adams. You can get I'm a Coconut, CoCoTALK, and other cool video game images on a t-shirt, coffee mug, or mouse pad. So if you love retro, then head on over to the retro swag shop at 8bit256.com today. Tell them the Original Gamer Stevie Stroh sent you.
The Radio Shack TRS-80 put the world of color computing into your home. Instant loading program packs turn any color TV into an exciting game arcade. And there's more. The color computer is an educational aid, a home management tool, an up-to-the-minute electronic information service. The programmable, expandable TRS-80 color computer from $399 only at Radio Shack, the biggest name in little computers.
Hi, I'm Bruce Moore, and this is Jacob Moore. Gotcha. And we are the Forest of Doom guys, and the CoCo Forever guys, and we're at CoCo Fest, and we love Stevie Stroh.
Imagine a different world. A world where Tandy Corporation has the upper hand. Where the CoCo surpassed all competitors. And all you have to do is travel back in time without making a single mistake.
CoCo Forever.
How does it feel? I'm still believing.
You definitely earned this office.
Yes, you're too kind, and thank you.
You want to grab some food before we head back and look at that Alt Reality OS9 module?
It's only 40 years past due, but yeah, sure.
Computer shopping has never been better at Radio Shack. Here's proof. Our new ultra-high-performance 386SX 20 megahertz computer with 85 megabyte hard drive, only $12.99. And it's from Tandy, manufacturer of the best-selling PC compatibles in America. Or get a 286-based Tandy home office computer with color monitor and hard drive, only $899.95. Shop your friendly nearby Radio Shack. Great selection, superior service. Nobody compares.
We now return you to CoCoTALK.
All right, we're back. Hopefully everybody was able to take care of that biology break. Good stuff. Lots of good stuff to talk about. We're back. Who's still on the panel here? We've got our Apple guy. Mark Overholz is still here. We got... we do only have one Canadian on the show this week? No, we have two. That's right. Nick Marota's here. Yeah, I'm just used to I'm used to like the United Nations here. So we've got David from Australia. Still got 3 Australians. We got 2 Canadians. We're missing our Denmarkian. I don't know what the hell you call people from Denmark. And
Danish.
I thought a Danish was what you had for breakfast. Okay, so yeah,
Can we just call them mad?
We got Jason's here. Everybody's still here. David Ladd's here. Chad has been trying to keep Nick Marentes under control. So
Thank you, Chad.
yeah, we have what's that?
I'm gonna throw a boomerang.
Yeah, I'm going to throw a boomerang at him. So, yeah, Nick Marentes is known for being a naysayer for many things. So we apologize for that. Matter of fact, we have...
Except for Vegemite.
Except for, yeah, he's a big fan of Vegemite, right? So we're back. All right, so we were talking about a big, giant warehouse, a retro candy store.
Yeah, so you want me to give a little summary of this place?
Yeah, please.
So, I was first invited to this place about a year ago, and I'm in the Fort Worth area. This is over on the far other side of Dallas. So it takes like an hour for me to drive over there. But, I drove up to the store, and I'm like, well, this doesn't look very impressive. I mean, from the street, it just doesn't really even look that big. But you go inside, and... I was just blown away for a variety of reasons. First of all, I mean, it was still a functional store at the time. I say store. I mean, I think they did most of their business online at this point. I got the impression they were selling like modern like Dells and stuff, probably off-lease PCs and stuff on eBay and things like that. But there's like, I don't know, huge number of rooms in the front of the store, and they're all just piled to the ceiling with old computers. And then there's a warehouse in the back that I'm told is 38,000 square feet, and I don't doubt it. And it's just piled from floor to ceiling with mountains of old computers. And it's I don't even know how to explain it. I saw a lot of neat things there. I didn't personally buy anything because I've kind of got the situation where I don't have any room to bring anything else in the house. But I was going there with somebody else who I was helping them look for something. And first of all, the place is not safe. I mean, it's like going, a lot of people have compared it to Indiana Jones, right? I mean, you're going to go in this warehouse. It's dark. They don't have any functional lights. I mean, they used to have lights, but all the fluorescent tubes have burnt out like probably 20 years ago. And you can't replace them because there's no way to reach them because there's nowhere to put a ladder.
Oh my gosh.
And so there's no way, unless you wanted to, I don't know. There's probably just simply no way to get up there and replace any of the lights in any of the room. I thought about it. I looked up at the lights. I'm like, how could you get up there and replace those? You just can't because there's just no stable place to set a ladder anywhere. And so the place is dark. They don't have any air conditioning in most of the building. So in Texas here, of course, like in the summer, it's extremely hot. So, and everything is just totally dirty. Like, I mean, it's just layers and layers of filth. Rat turds, rat pee, probably asbestos, and who knows whatever else around all over this stuff. And so it's quite an adventure to go through there. And like I said, you got to take a flashlight, and it's and well, word started getting around, and you might ask the question, well, why did it take so long for word to get around? I mean, this place has been there for 30, 40 years. I think what's been going on is the store kind of, I don't know, it must have reached some kind of level where they just thought that the stuff they had in the back was just old trash and nobody cared about it, and so they just concentrated on selling the new stuff, and stuff just kept piling up and getting moved, and I think from what I've heard, the people that ran the store just literally did not know that all of that vintage computer stuff was worth anything these days. Probably the last time they checked, which was 10, 15 years ago, it probably wasn't worth anything. And so they were getting ready to close the store down because it's been going downhill for a long time. And they were talking about bringing a bulldozing crew in and just bulldoze the whole building and scrap all the computers just for scrap metal, melt them down or whatever. And the very few, retro computer enthusiasts that knew about this place started posting about it online saying, hey, anybody want anything from this place, you better get down here soon. And so it started making its rounds around the internet. And this was about 6 months after the first time I went there. And so I started getting these huge number of emails. And like every day I'd open up my inbox and there was like at least 10 or 15 emails. Hey, David, have you seen this place? And I'm like, yes, I've seen this place. So I mean, I was hearing about it quite a lot, and to my irritation actually. But yeah, I mean, I'd probably go there once every couple of months with some friends, just kind of like do a little hunt around or whatever. But I think that's one of the things that the retro enthusiasts really liked about it, is that it wasn't just the stuff you would find, because they'd sell this stuff for like pennies on a dollar. I mean, people were bringing out, I'll just give you an example of a few of the times I went up there with people. I know for a fact somebody got like an Amiga 1000. I mean, other than being dirty, it was in perfect condition. It even worked when they got home. I think they paid like $20 for it.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Like they had a lot of TRS-80 and CoCo stuff in there, and people were buying that for $5, $10 a unit or whatever, because the owners didn't have any idea what the stuff was worth. They just, they'll take whatever for it. In fact, a few of the guys I went up with, they actually told them, hey, you know what? You can load up your van for $500. Whatever you can fit in the back of your van, $500. Have it. And so I helped this one guy fill his van up several times, and I mean, we filled it full of pets and Commodore pets and TRS-80s and Apple IIIs, variety of PC Junior stuff, whatever. Just that stuff was probably worth $10,000 or $20,000, all that. And he was going to sell it on eBay, which I was totally fine with, because I figured the alternative was it was going to get melted down, so I'd rather it be sold on eBay than melted down. So anyway, but I think a lot of the good pickings started to disappear, because people started to pick this place pretty clean. But the problem was, or I wouldn't say the problem is, but there's a lot of mountains of computers that you just don't know what's underneath it, right? So you have to physically get in there and start moving stuff, and then you can find more treasures, because a lot of the stuff, I'd probably say 95% of what's in there is old PCs, like Windows PCs, DOS PCs, lots of old Compaqs, Dells, IBM, a lot of IBM, just other generic clones from like the late 80s, early 90s. And, we're talking like 386, 46, 30 Pentiums, stuff that's not really that desirable. So that's like the bulk of it. Plus there's a bunch of like printers and just, stuff that's not really necessarily collectible, not to mention an enormous amount of trash. So
literal trash.
Yeah, literal trash, like just like cardboard and stuff like that. A lot of trash. But like I said, under these mountains that are, sometimes 20 foot tall and, 20, 30 foot wide, you start moving stuff off of them, and then eventually you find, oh, look, here's some more CoCo stuff, or some more Tandy, or there's even some Commodore stuff, whatever you find under there. And so I think a lot of the people that are going in there now are doing it because of the adventure more than, oh, I'm going to get a great deal on something, because you really don't know what's going to be there, right? You can't go to Computer Reset with the idea that, oh, I want to buy a new Commodore 64. You're not going to find, you're not going to find that. But it's what you don't know what you're going to find, I think, is what's so exciting about it to people. So yeah, there's just been this huge movement now of people going in there, and they convinced the owners to not bulldoze it. And so there's like these select weekends now they're having it open, and they got a group of volunteers here in the Dallas area that are basically allowing people in and to look for stuff. And like I said, people are just really excited about it, because it's like spelunking or going like you're
absolutely.
Indiana Jones or something.
Yeah.
The one video I saw that tweaked me into the place existing, which I just saw this last week, actually, one of the things that was found, I guess they did computer repairs too.
Yeah.
And a lot of people would bring stuff in, systems, whatever, get fixed, and then just never pick them up. So there's some stuff just left. And one of the ones he'd found was a Sierra Online development system with some, custom hardware and stuff added onto it that the guy brought in to get fixed and then left. So he's wondering, is there, old source code from the old Sierra games and what other projects may have been started, never actually got completed or sold. So that kind of stuff would just be fascinating to go through.
Yeah.
And I mean, to add, so there's as everybody probably is aware, there's if you can think of a particular topic, there's a mailing list or a forum for it. And so I'm on a mailing list called Classic Computer Talk. And this has been a topic on there for a couple of weeks, especially it peaked when the LGR video, Lazy Game Review, I think is what the acronym stands for. So to put a little bit more color in it, maybe to help kind of fill in a bit of the gap here, the understanding that folks on the list have is that the gentleman who ran the place was selling the stuff on eBay, but he knew how much I wouldn't say he knew how much to cost. He was selling it at somewhat inflated prices, but it appears as though he has gotten sick. He has taken ill. And so the people that are trying to kind of clean out this space are relatives of his. I don't know if it's his children or just some other relatives of his, but the challenge, it sounds like, as of really lately, I don't know when the last time you went, David, was, but evidently the challenge is that after the video came out, this place got kind of inundated with requests to come and visit the place, and it's kind of overwhelmed the family members who, as you indicate, they don't really have any idea what this stuff is, and quite frankly, they don't really care so much as they just want to try and get this place cleaned up, because this is not their passion, right? This is just a means.
Almost seems like it's their burden at this point.
It is, and in fact, one of the emails I have up here is another individual saying, "No, people are upset because of the ill will created by the family members having to deal with cleaning up their father's mess. So it must be their parent."
Wow.
So I think a couple other things that have come out is I didn't really know that there's these keyboard kids. That's the actual thing. You should put it in quotes, quote, keyboard kids, unquote. And evidently there's these people who run around going to these places where there are older computers, and they buy just the keyboards. Like, they don't buy the whole machine. They just buy the keyboard, and then they strip all the key switches off of it, and they sell those to people who want to make new keyboards, like for a PC, but they want to use the buckling spring type keyboard key switches or whatever. And so in the process, evidently there's a big brouhaha, because by doing that, they ruin a keyboard for a particular machine. Like if you had a rather rare machine that takes a very special keyboard, these quote keyboard kids would come in, buy the keyboard, not buy the machine, and then completely disassemble and throw the keyboard parts away except for the key switches.
Wow.
Build a new keyboard. So there's a bit of a side rant for those folks, and the disdain that some of the classic computer collectors have for that. So much so that I think here, as of late, like I said, David, I don't know when you were last there, but it sounds like they closed it down, weren't letting anybody come in here in the last week or so, and then people came and kind of walked them off the ledge and said, it really, I think to your point, it would be better that you let these people buy this stuff rather than throw it away and have it be incinerated.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's to answer your question, it's probably been at least a month since I've been there. LGR came and filmed, I want to say 2 or 3 months ago. So he only recently released the video, but that video was actually filmed like 2 or 3 months ago, and I've been there since he filmed. So,
yeah, but I did hear everything as far as, obviously your point about the environment being this, one person referred to it as an archaeological dig, because there's the layer on top, and once people kind of sift through that and buy all that stuff, then there's like the next archaeological layer of computer equipment. And evidently when the guy was in good health, he would go, I don't know about the repair part, but some people were indicating that he would, when a company would go out of business or they would upgrade their machine or whatever, before e-wasting was a thing, he would just go in and say, okay, I'll buy everything that you're getting rid of it. I'll just buy the lot of it for pennies on the dollar, and then he'd cart it back and basically just dump it in this building.
Yeah. And so one of the problems with moving things and there's very little space to walk between these mountains of computers. We're talking about the LGR showed some of this in his video. The pathway is sometimes inches wide.
Wow.
And you can barely squeeze through. And these things are 20 feet, 30 feet tall. And so you never know what's going to be in the middle of them. But the problem is, like, okay, you say, well, okay, we'll just move a bunch of stuff. But where are you going to put it? Because, there's nowhere to sit something down without trapping yourself into wherever you are. And so I think the only way we're ever going to find out what all is in there is to literally, when somebody does come in with a bulldozer or something and just starts, moving some of that stuff out, because I'm not sure we'll ever be able to get to the center of some of these mountains of computers.
Wow.
You just can't
There's
move
no
this stuff off.
side doors, like roll up garage style doors or anything?
There are, but it's just more complicated than that. There are some areas you could do that, but a lot of that place you just couldn't.
Okay.
Stevie, have you seen the LGR video or?
No, I have not.
There was a
Need a chopper there.
in Australia many years ago. There was a guy who had this whole pile of hobbyist and retro and vintage gear, from everything from valve radios and ham radio stuff all the way through to computers. And he was advertising through local publications, Electronics Australia and or Silicon Chip. And no one came and bought anything. He basically went and put it in his driveway, apparently in concrete, and dumped the rest. And everyone was up in arms saying, why did you waste all that good gear? But he advertised it for several months, probably 3 to 6 months. And, some people came and picked the eyes out of it. And then all the leftover stuff, he's like, well, if no one wants it, it's going to just go to landfill.
Wow.
And we're now about, especially where I live in Brisbane, I actually used to be a recruiter. We used to recruit for curbside collection, where people throw their unwanted goods out onto the footpath. And we actually now have tip shops where you can actually go in, and all the money that's raised goes to Goodwill, goes to one of the local charities, has been going forever and a day, and rather than it all just going to waste.
That's cool.
I actually encourage everybody to watch that LGR video, because that place has an amazing amount of stuff.
Wow.
Amazing, truly amazing. Like,
I posted the link on YouTube.
Yeah.
Unbelievable amount of stuff.
Wow. Yeah, a couple of the guys in my Florida Retro Club actually went out there too to check it out. I've been hearing about this. It just kind of sounded like you guys are saying, like an Indiana Jones urban legend thing, like the warehouse with the Ark of the Covenant and
Stevie, if you bring up the video, just fast forward to around 2650.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Allow me to tell you about a dream that I have.
Let me see if I can switch over here real quick and left monitor.
Yeah, he's got a very, very long preamble, so just skip to just about 27 minutes in.
Okay, about 27 minutes in. 13. Okay, are we starting to see some of it here now?
You're seeing bits of it, but this is like a shot from top of one of the piles type thing of one of the warehouses. So it's around 2650.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look. Wow. Okay. So I have it muted right now. So yeah.
are you drooling yet, Stevie? I saw this. I'm like,
you can. There's where you can see the filth. Yeah.
If I were a PC guy, I'd be like, oh my god, I want to get in that warehouse and take everything.
And keep in mind, what you're seeing here, this is just one small portion of this place, right? So it's actually much bigger than what you're seeing.
Right.
Here.
Okay, so it's all sectioned off. It's not just one big open space.
Right.
That's where it makes getting things through side chambers.
And this particular area here is more well lit than some of the other ones.
Okay, just a box of software. How did this guy get all this stuff in the first place is my first question. Look at all the CRTs. Wow.
You need to take the roof off and get a chopper in with somebody with a ladder to come in and pull all this stuff out.
You see, one of the things Clint did not show, and this is one of the reasons I never did a video on the place. I had thought about doing a video many times, but when I went in there, a lot of the really good stuff that I'm interested in, like, Commodore, Tandy, stuff like that, is not out there in the warehouse. It's usually in the interior rooms, and there's a lot of interior rooms, and those rooms, there's no light in them. And so that warehouse at least has some sunlight that comes in through some skylights and through some doors that are open. But I would say most of the really cool stuff is in these other interior rooms, and there's just no lighting in there. And so it's really difficult to film in there. And that's probably why LGR didn't show any of that either, because it's it's just a nightmare. Well, I wouldn't say nightmare, but it's really difficult to get a perspective without going there in person.
Yeah. Wow.
I do have one question. Before you go down to the warehouse, you make sure your tetanus shots are up to date, right?
Yeah. And one real risk there that I worry about every time I go in there is the risk of being an avalanche. I mean, there are places where I can clearly see you're like walking through a very thin, like, maybe 12-inch wide, like spot. And there's computers and sometimes even weird stuff like car batteries and stuff like piled up on either side of you, and you can see like there's like a key piece, right? Like if you were to reach up and grab this one little piece and yank on it,
it's like a tower of Jenga, right? So
right, you would have like thousands of pounds of stuff fall on top of you. So I mean, it's really amazing to me legally that they even let people in there, because I'm just kind of waiting for somebody to get injured or killed in this place.
Oh wow,
it is it's crazy.
Yeah, look at a CRT, stuff that's heavy stuff just piled up on the top.
Yeah.
You can see what you're saying. Right.
Yeah, and
something like that comes down and crashes on your foot or something, you break your foot.
That's cute. It's like
I'll go and get injured.
As LGR mentioned too, I mean, there's stuff from the 70s, like old terminals that you would have used on PDPs and stuff from the 70s all the way up through the 90s and early 2000s.
Well, they even have some of those PDPs and stuff back there. I saw some of them, and some Data General stuff, and old like reels of the old magnetic reels.
Yeah, I did see the 9-track tapes and stuff. Yeah, we used to have them on the PDPs at work.
I think one of the things that's maybe not the primary focus of the conversation, but I think it brings up for probably all of us.
Look at all those PC Juniors. Wow.
Yeah.
In the box.
Folks they have really cool stuff. We all have really cool stuff, but how do we tell others how to disposition this stuff when we can't?
What do you mean?
Well, so I don't know about you, but I figure one of these days I'll kick the can. So with all the junk I got in the basement, stuff that I've acquired over the years, very expensive prototype machines and whatnot, got to do something, or my family's going to say, okay, we're going to throw it out on the curb.
Oh yeah, okay.
Like an estate sale.
Load up your right, Yeah, I don't know what this stuff is. So what do you hear that Commodore 665 over there? Give me 50 cents for it, right?
Yeah,
right. A CoCo 3.
Good question.
You almost need to write a living will for your retro collection.
Well, that's the thing. I'm just wondering who's thinking about that, right?
I've thought about it a lot too. I think we need an organization. So it's like when you, leave this place, you can say, please contact these people. They'll know what to do with my collection.
I think that's actually not a bad idea. Yeah. I wonder if they have it for other things like cars or whatnot. But computers are kind of interesting because they're small, a lot smaller than a car, but they can have significant amount of cash. I mean, if you have an Apple One, what is it, like $1 million or something like that?
Can be.
Well, and the problem is I can certainly see what you're talking about. If you have a warehouse full of all cars, it's probably not that difficult to go through and catalog and then research what each one of those cars is worth. But like in my case, if you were to come in here and look at my collection, I've got, a whole bunch of little things. Some of those things are worth absolutely nothing, but I keep them around for convenience because I might need them here or there. But then there's things that are worth a lot of money, and the average person's not going to know the difference. And there's just too much of it to look up each individual item and research and figure out what they are.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's one kind of example of this, and that's some of the image radio communities, some of the ham radio clubs actually do have people that, Usually they're good friends, the families know each other, so hey, can you help me get rid of this stuff? And the club will have to take care of it and distribute it and get it to the flea market and all that.
It's true. Although most of the thing that's a little bit different there, in my opinion, because I'm an amateur radio operator as well, is usually if you're an amateur radio operator and you have your collection, your gear, whatever, you're usually part of a local amateur radio club. And so if something untimely happens to you and your spouse or whoever reaches out to the club and says, hey, my dad / husband / whatever has all this ham radio gear, they're usually talking to somebody that's local, and that person comes over and says, well, you know what, let me go help you deal with this, right? I realize you're kind of grief-stricken, so let me help with this. The problem with computer stuff is just look at the group that's on here today, right? You got somebody from Texas, I'm from Iowa, Steve's in Florida, right? So we're not part of any kind of local group. So assuming that my spouse could contact one of you, you're like, gee, I'd love to help, but I'm in Texas, right?
Right.
So the chances of finding somebody else in Iowa who can come over, spend it'd take days to go through all this stuff, catalog it, and unlike some folks, or maybe not unlike some.
Look at that tape, like a mainframe tape reel.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and there's TRS-80 up there.
TRS-80 up there.
Yeah.
So, Jim.
Go ahead.
You could always get Mike and Frank from American Pickers there from Iowa.
Yeah, right.
Well, ideally, holy shit, that's
sure
a big
their
box of
thing.
chips. Wow, look at that. Vic, what is that?
I know.
That is a big box of chips.
Now, if they're old style chips, are probably bad. He was just picking them up without any stag protection.
Maybe
I'm
the
sure
rat turd's protected with a coating or
the heat
something.
and humidity would have already done them in if they were going to. This is incredible. Yeah, so ideally in a perfect world, people would have great documentation of what they already have,
And how many of us have your great documentation put together?
Negative, Ghost Rider.
And even if you did have the documentation, the question is, like, let's say you write it today and something happens to you 10 years from now, is your spouse going to even know where that documentation is?
Yeah. It would have to. It would be like anything else. If you have things in your home of value, you'd probably have to have a folder somewhere with.
You might have it saved on a WordPerfect disk or something.
Well, I'm actually going through all of that at the moment with my keyboard collection, with all the synthesizers and stuff. They're classic, the Roland vintage stuff. That's, someone to come in and say, "Oh, that old heap of junk from 1975, not worth anything," and it's like $15,000 worth. So I'm sort of going through that at the moment. I've got a friend who's a really good engineer, and we're documenting all our stuff so that in the event that anything happens to us, there's people there in our families and contacts that actually know what we've got and can help to distribute or deal with it or whatever if something happens.
Yeah. I do know that computer museums are starting to spring up a bit more as computers get to be more retro and people are actually interested in the history, but that's a very limited scope as to how many you can contribute to them and how many of them are actually around to contribute to. So yeah, you have to try to get some sort of a club or a retro community Facebook page or something that you can post to and say, if something happens to me and you're interested in CoCo stuff,
right?
Contact my spouse or whatever.
For me, I have already gone through, set up. I've got one friend who's fairly technical. He's handling all the technology stuff. And then as far as the CoCo stuff, it all goes Glenside for their auctions.
You've already, Glenside's in your CoCo will, huh?
Essentially.
Yeah. So you've thought about it. So yeah.
Well, obviously, with what's happened this last year or so.
Yeah, that's a good question, and I guess that's like anything else. Nobody plans on dying. Nobody wants to die. But what do you do with your retro stuff after,
Well, and I think the reason I bring it up is because I feel like all of us have been. I assume everybody on this call is probably of the same mind of. You go and you see something like if you were to see a CoCo 3 sitting on the side of the road, you would stop and pick it up, and you're like, I can't let that go to the dump, right? I gotta.
Right.
It may not even work, but I gotta rescue it from there. So the last thing you would want is the last thing that you and your family do is to take all your stuff that you spent so many years trying to save from the dumpster
Mhm.
and have them say, well, I don't know what it is, and I'm just too broken up over this, so I'm just going to throw it in the dumpster. And they're like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Defeated the purpose. Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, to us when we go, it's
I'll
not
tell you
going to
what
make any
I've-
difference, but
I'll
it will
tell
to
you what
those
I've
who
done
are
with
still around. So,
Sorry, I had two people talking at once there. David O'Connor, and then was that you, James Diffendaffer, getting ready to talk to?
Yeah, that was me. Go
Go
ahead, David.
Go ahead.
oh, sorry, yeah, I was just saying, like to us when we go, it's not going to make any difference to us because we're not here anymore, but it does to our family members and to others who in the community. You know, there might be somebody there who would see a bunch of CoCos or whatever and say, oh yeah, that's great, I could use it. So we really, it's about thinking beyond ourselves and thinking about others who can utilize the stuff when we're not here anymore.
Absolutely.
Well, something besides the hardware issue, some of us has written a lot of software and stuff, and we haven't necessarily released the source code to it. And what I've done is Gmail has a thing where you name a contact that if there's 4 months of inactivity, it sends them an email. And in my email, I have information on how to access my backup files on what's it called? Dropbox, and who to pass, the information so someone else can access that. So that I can pass on source code to the community, even though I'm not around.
Good idea.
Yeah. That sounds kind of like what Jim Brain has done with some of his designs. He's put his designs into open source, where his hardware projects, where it's like if I move on or if I disappear, the project is already out there. That's
Correct.
kind of forward thinking there on when it comes to a hardware design.
And that was our reasoning when Nitrous 9 became being a commercial product in 2001, that the four of us that had principally written the original version of it, we released it to the community as, well, here's all the source we did for the last 10 years. Because we were getting burned out on the project, and we were also, real life was taking over, just didn't have time to deal with it. But, a lot of stuff has come from that since. So other people took up the thing, and now a couple of us have gotten back into it again, too. So we're kind of helping, feed the community with that. So.
This has been cool. So we have a lot of CoCo knowledgeable people here on the panel. David Murray, do you have any questions about CoCo stuff, since we've got some hardware experts and software experts here? Anything that you might want to know, or is that too much of a loaded question?
Well, something I was telling Steve earlier was that eventually I'm going to be doing a documentary on the CoCo, just like I've done on the Commodore and the Tandy 1000 and some of the other ones. But I'm probably going to need some help when that time comes, because even though I know, like, technically all of the specifications of the machines and things like that, I don't really know the soul of the machines. I don't have that much experience using them. I didn't grow up with them. I don't know what games are people's favorite games, and what games defined the CoCo, that sort of thing. And so eventually I'm going to need to have some long conversations with people that are more familiar with that, but I'm not quite ready to do the documentary on it yet. So I'm thinking like 6 to 9 months from now.
Okay.
But yeah, I will definitely need some help on some of those topics in order to make
I would definitely suggest then linking up with the Discord group, and then when you're ready to ask those questions, there's even sections for the different parts, like games versus hardware versus whatever. So that'd be a perfect place to ask, and then any of us you would do a text chat or a voice chat at time, and you can get a group of us together to answer your questions.
Yeah, and also if there's anybody that I could be put in touch with that I think there's even one or two on this group. I can't remember. That have some actual historical context to the computers that would like to be like a guest star on that documentary. That would also be good. So
only half dozen or so.
Yeah.
Or more.
Yeah, that's kind of a cool thing that I've assembled the people who show up on the panel each week. It's a great cross section of some of the kind of luminaries and living legends that are part of the history, as well as some of the folks that are helping keep the present and the future alive here too. So we got a little bit of everybody here, so it's pretty cool. We'll definitely stay in touch with you, hopefully, and when you get closer to that, we got a lot of resources for you to tap into.
I may need to borrow some hardware too.
Yeah. Jim would be a great resource too, just because he's on, he's in the Commodore world and in the CoCo world, and so he's definitely making new hardware and upgrades for the CoCo too. So, cool stuff.
It's okay, David. They're just a bunch of weirdos. I humor them.
Yeah. So
we have a good cross section of people here, though. Users, developers. There's all kinds of
historic developers, current developers.
Yep.
Yeah, we have kind of a renaissance now with hardware and software. Some of the people who are here right now, like Bruce Moore, is working on new projects. Hey, Bruce, welcome. A little bit earlier, we had Paul Shoemaker, who's been working on some new projects. Nick Marentes has been working on stuff since the black and white TRS-80, and continues to create new CoCo games almost every year. So Nick's working on new projects. So it's really exciting. For matter of fact, if you see Nick Marota's in the background, Popstar Pilot is one of Nick Marentes' games that's playing in the background there. We're kind of happy. We're a small community, so we don't have the number of developers and new homebrew projects that I'm sure the Apple and Commodore guys get. So we get maybe a half a dozen per year, but we're grateful for what we get.
Yeah, and we have some of the original developers too that develop for Radio Shack, like Steve Bjork and Rick Adams. We've had some guests we've interviewed that we can get you in contact with too. They're involved with some of the early prototype CoCos before the CoCo actually got released, like Glenn Soggy of Image Producers and a few others too. So a lot of resources to tap.
There's always the Underdog book that's got all sorts of history in the background too.
Yeah. Boise, Pete, Bill DeJudas have a book they produced a couple of years ago. It's called CoCo, A Colorful History of Tandy's Underdog Computer. That's a great starting point too.
But thankfully, we have hardware developers who are creating products that let us use the CoCo with modern hardware, like displays and SD cards for loading disk images and that sort of thing. That's been instrumental in being able to keep using CoCo stuff.
To keep extending it.
Don't forget the floppy.
I have a device. I have a device right here in front of me that's I'm going to use to be adding some MIDI and control voltage stuff to my CoCo at the moment for controlling the synthesizers. So I'll talk about that later. But
David,
that's brought up.
It's cool stuff. Oh, so have we leaned on David Murray enough? Have we taxed his generosity to the?
I did have one question though.
Yeah.
I mean, so with YouTube and your success with YouTube, I guess I'm trying to figure out the right way to word this question though, but has been maybe the most surprising thing, because I'm assuming when you walk into certain crowds, if you go to certain conventions, obviously now you're a recognizable face. Is there anything that's really just kind of taken you back by your whole experience of becoming full-time with YouTube, and just how it's changed either your life or where you are now?
Well,
maybe that's too big of a question.
That's why he cosplays a lot.
I'm not entirely. I mean, the question's a little bit vague, but maybe I can answer it with just telling you a few anecdotes here. The first convention I ever went to was a little over 3 years ago, and it was I think it was the Portland Retro Gaming Expo, and I was kind of surprised when they contacted me. I think at the time I only had maybe like 150,000 subscribers or something like that. And, well, I say only. I never even thought it would get that high, to be honest. Right. But anyway, they brought me to the convention, and I thought, okay, I saw some of the other faces that were going to be at the convention, and I'm like, okay, well, these guys, they're way more important to me. I'm like the underdog here. But I was really surprised at the number of people that came up to see me and asked me for my autograph, and I literally just got treated like a rock star. Like it was I was totally taken by surprise on this. And then, of course, I started going to a lot of different conventions all over the world over the last 3 years. And every time I go to one, I mean, I'm just amazed at the number of people who come up and see me. And I'll tell you one of the things that has been a real eye-opener for me. looking at this group here, it looks like most of us are middle-aged people, and I thought that was who most of my audience was. But when I go to the conventions, they put me in front of an autograph table, and I get this, line of people that come up and want my autograph. At least half of those people are young people. In fact, a lot of those people are like really young. I mean, I've had lots of elementary school kids come up and get my autograph. And the very first time that happened was actually, no, it might have been in Portland. I know I had some younger people at Portland that first year, but I think the second convention I did was in Long Island, New York. And I will never forget this. Again, this was kind of in the early days, right? And I had this guy come up, and he had two little, I think they were twin girls that looked like they were about maybe 8 years old or something like that. And I thought he wanted my autograph. And so I asked him, like, okay, what do you want me to sign? Or how do you want me to sign your name or whatever? And he's like, this is for my girls. I brought them here because they wanted to see you. And
wow.
I looked down at these two young girls, and I'm like, I had no idea that people that young, and females especially, were watching my channel. I was like really, really surprised by that. And so one of the things I started doing was asking some of these younger people, hey, what is it that you like about my channel? I mean, I'm talking about stuff that came out before you were born. Why would you care anything about it? And a lot of good points are made. They're like, well, we just like learning about the history of like how things used to be. And kind of like, I guess a good analogy is when I go to a car show, I look at cars, and look under the hood of cars that were made in the 40s and 50s and whatever. I didn't grow up with those cars, but I'm still interested, in how they work. And so I guess it's kind of that same thing. But I do get recognized around town too. I don't actually leave the house very much. In fact, sometimes I can not leave the house for 3 or 4 days in a row because I just work here in my house, and so I'm busy all day long. I do have to go to the grocery store. I'm rarely recognized there because it's the same little grocery store I go to. But when I go to like the movie theater, or when I go to the mall, or when I go to places like a car show, for example, where there's lots of people, like the Dallas Auto Show, for example, there's like 10,000 people in there. Always somebody will come up and know who I am and ask for my autograph. Or even like the other day, my wife and I were eating in I forgot what it's called. It was a kind of like an IHOP restaurant here. It's not called IHOP, but anyway, there's somebody came up and asked me for my autograph there, and it's taken a little bit of getting used to because I'm kind of how should we put this? I'm a fairly humble person. I don't go around and try to act like I'm a big shot. I don't have a big ego or anything like that, and it surprises me to this day that there's people like, it's hard for me to accept that people would think of me as being anything other than just an average Joe. It's something that some people may accept more easily than others, but it's definitely been an interesting experience for me. Yeah,
I have 2 questions to kind of follow that up. How much international travel for shows and stuff are you doing now, if any? And then second, if you can teach Nick to be humble, we'd all be just thrilled.
Nick Morantes, not me.
So far,
I'm already up there.
The only international travel I've done so far is I went to Germany a few months ago. I've had offers to go to a variety of conventions and stuff, mostly in Europe, and I've turned most of them down just simply because it's a lot of work, and I don't really make any money on the conventions. I mean, they usually pay my travel expenses, but they don't really like pay me to go there and speak. So if I have to take a week off work to go there, even if they pay for the travel expenses, I lose a week of work, right? So that translates to a loss of money.
Sure.
And I have, a family to feed and whatnot. So I've gotten to where I don't do as many of the conventions now. I'm doing like 4 or 5 a year, where like last year, I think I did like 9 or 10. But yeah, I've had to cut down on some of them. But I'm kind of hoping to go back to Europe again soon when somebody asks me to a convention. Probably not Australia, though.
I think too, one of the keys to your success is that you've diversified. You're not just focusing on the Commodore, you're open to other systems as well, and we are too. But obviously, we're very biased towards the CoCo because that's what we all grew up with.
Yeah.
ironically, the first computer I ever used was an Apple II, and I was like, oh, this is awesome. Then I went on to the Commodore 64, and it was a friend's one, and I was like, well, this is a bit weird because I didn't understand just putting in pokes and peaks for it, accessing graphics. And then I got on to CoCo Basic, and I was like, yeah, this is awesome because it was just so simple to use.
Yeah.
You wanted to draw a line, you type the line command. You want to draw a circle, you type the circle command. And that's just basic.
Yeah.
And that was, as one of the gentlemen was mentioning earlier, that was one of the first basics where that was available.
Yeah,
so I think that
interesting
was,
talking about. Sorry,
David, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say it's interesting talking about Commodore and all the rest of it as well. I've still got a little bit of a soft spot for the Commodore 64 myself.
Oh, yeah.
As a musician, it's a friend of mine, very good friend of mine. He had Commodore 64 and I had the TRS-80, which I've still got. And we were always, working together on projects. And like Craig would say, oh, look, I've got this cool little, this sounding like 4-track demo that he's done with audio with 4 different tracks on it, using the C64. And I'm thinking, that's just some really cool music that's coming out of this thing. And I was digging through my cassette collection the other day, the old box of mixtapes that we got and all the rest of it. And I found a cassette that actually has a whole bunch of recordings that we did on the Commodore 64 back there. And
oh, wow.
And yeah, I'm actually going to put some of them, we're going to upload some of them to my YouTube channel shortly. But some of the audio stuff that come out of the Commodore was really, it blew me away back in the day. It's like, this is all coming off this little Commodore 64, and it was really cool. So I've still got a soft spot for the C64.
Oh, same. I actually learnt guitar off the nephew of Paul Kelly, Dan Kelly.
Yeah, cool.
He was my neighbour, and the kid that lived in between us, I can't remember his name for the life of me. He's the one that had the C64, and I had the Trash 80. So we always go to each other's houses and just sort of compare games. And the one thing I liked about like Nick's programs, Nick Marentes, over stuff on the C64, it was a lot of clones of video games where Nick was actually writing new games. It wasn't a clone. I mean, he has done clones. Obviously, he's done his Pac-Man clone and, Space Marauder and all that sort of stuff. But he's and that's why Donut Dilemma is still my favorite game on the CoCo, because it was original. And then he went on to do Rhythm, which is my favorite game for the CoCo of all time. And it's ironically Nick's most hated game. Myself, we love it. But Nick,
I saw an ad on eBay just recently, actually, for a Tandy. I think it might have been a Model 3 or a Model 4 or something. It was either a Model 3 or 4. It was an all-in-one. And on the screen was Donut Dilemma. I was like, oh, that's cool. So
that is cool.
Yeah, and I think a lot of us have cross-pollinated too. I mean, like my very first computer I ever used at school was a PET, and then the Apple II Plus after that. And then I wanted to get one of those, and of course the Apple II was way too expensive. The Commodore PET at the time was actually on the way out at that point, and we did put it at bid because they were selling them for $150 from the school system when they were switching to Apples. But our bid went into a little bit too late and we couldn't get it. So then I just saved up and got a CoCo 1 because that was the only color computer at the time I could afford. And that was before the VIC-20 was out and before the Commodore 64 was out. So the other alternative was the Atari 400, 800. The 400, I hated the keyboard. And the 800 was a bit too expensive too at the time. So that's how I ended up here.
Cool. Yeah, I like to cover anything from the 8-bit era. That's why I'm the 8-bit guy. But although my next 2 videos are going to be about Macintosh, which is actually these are going to be I guess these are it's a LC2. I guess that's a 16 or 32-bit machine. Yeah.
The LC2 is a 68030, isn't it? If I remember.
Yeah. It's probably a 32-bit machine, I guess. So I do some 16, 32-bit machines as well. But yeah.
If you can get one of the original Raskin prototypes, which was actually a 6809 base before they switched to 68000, that would be cool.
Y'all love that 6809. I've researched the 6809 a little bit because one of the things somebody offered me a while back was a development board with a 6809 chip on it. And they were going to donate it to me. It was just, one of those little boards where you just have like the little keypad on it and like a little segmented LCD or LED screen, or
like an SS50 bus type board or something, or
I think I don't remember. I think it was actually like a Motorola development board that Motorola shipped out to people so that they could learn how the chips work. Kind of like the Commodore had the Chem 1, and then there was some. Anyway, but yeah, I looked at the specs of the 6809 because I wanted to see if he shipped it to me, I would want, obviously, to make a video about it. I would want to write some kind of code, which I would have to type in machine language. And so I briefly looked at the assembly instructions and stuff for the 6809, and I figured, it's actually a pretty powerful processor, but it was going to take too long for me to learn enough of how to use it. Keep in mind, like I said, I would have to type all this stuff in as raw, hex data on the keyboard. I decided not to do it. So I ended up passing on that donation. But yeah, I did spend a little time looking at the assembly instructions.
Very cool.
Anyway, Steve, it's been about a little over 2 hours.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm going to have to bow out.
Yeah, no, listen, we appreciate you being here. I just want to say thank you for being on the show today, and obviously thank you for everything you've done for the retro hobby for us enthusiasts, and hopefully we can have you on again sometime, especially when you get closer, maybe they want to do your documentary.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, David Murray, and for Brian Weasler for reaching out and asking you to do it and everything else. So awesome.
And David Murray, thank you for tolerating me pestering you on Facebook all the time.
All right.
This is really enjoyable. Thank you.
Thanks for joining.
Absolutely. Yeah, second that.
Cool.
Okay.
Well, enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for being here.
Kumbaya moment. Good.
Well, I do want to say
me lately, David.
I think the
What was
only
that, Jim?
Go ahead, Jim. Sorry.
I didn't have anything more.
Crickets.
Well, I didn't hear what you said.
You didn't hear what
because
you're
there was,
saying.
like multiple people talking.
Oh, sorry. I'm like, you guys are like, oh my word, you guys are just totally loving on him. Should get a room or something.
We like him.
I'm wondering what he's done for me lately. All I've seen is a few videos and a bunch of decision changes. So work with me, man.
As long as that's a room full of computers, I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the Jim we know and love.
Yes. I think the only flaw David Murray has is saying that he respects Jim Brain. So.
I'm supposed to tell him that.
I heard that.
Okay, guys. Well, I'm signing
All
off.
right.
So
Take care.
Thanks,
David.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks for coming in.
Thanks,
Yeah.
David.
Thank you.
You're too kind. Cool. All right. So how about we go ahead? We'll take another break, and then we'll come back, and we have news to cover. We might have some tech talk, some other things, right? I'm not sure if Nick Marentes wants to update us on Gunstar and all kinds of stuff like that. Good times, huh? 2 hours. 2 hours of non-stop
Very generous of David.
frivolity. Absolutely. So speaking of Nick Marentes, and being as he's always got something positive to say, how about we look at this little segment here with Nick Marentes on electricity, and then we'll take a break.
Nick Marionette on electricity.
Crikey! Electricity's a fad. The biggest market is with open flame.
Brought to you by Nitrous 9, Ease of Use Edition. Hashtag OS9 Forever.
Radio Shack, America's technology store.
Right! This Christmas, Tandy has a very special offer. A family color computer pack to take away at a very special price. This family computer comes complete with software and costs an incredible $449, a saving of $241.69. It's powerful, educational, and ideal for the young and young at heart. The easy way to start computing. The Color Computer Family Pack from Tandy. Get it while it's hot. Tandy, the biggest electronic store in Australia.
As you start your journey to CoCo Fest, you notice the road ahead is littered with rogue furniture. You realize you are driving on the Nightmare Highway. The new game for the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3. Nightmare Highway. Stunning low-resolution visuals. Digital to analog converted sound. 100% machine language and basic. What are they saying about Nightmare Highway? Nightmare Highway. Steve B. York says, of all the games released this year, this is one of them. L. Kurt S. Boyle says, this will not be on my site. Nick Marionette says, crikey, look at the size of that croc. Get your complimentary copy of Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. At cancanmakeit.com. If you got it for free, you paid too much.
Coming soon.
All situations depicted in this trailer actually happened. This true story has been anonymized to protect the guilty. Starting in the dead of winter, a group of bored teenagers blew stuff up, learned code cracking, learned phone freaking, hijacked and hacked. No system was safe. No one could catch them, or so they thought. A true story at the dawn of the internet. System hacked.
All right, and we're back. Good times, good times. So yeah,
So
that
what
was
do we
great.
have to do to top that?
We're gonna hear you talk about floppy disk, David Ladd.
I don't think that's something that'll top. That'll just be under the table for this thing.
So, yeah, thank you. Is Brian Weasler still here? Yes. So Brian's the one who reached out to David Murray via email roughly last weekend. Just before we did our show last weekend, Brian had reached out, and we weren't sure what was going to happen, but a couple emails had bounced back and forth. So I figured it was a long shot, but I figured we would kind of tease it last week too. I said something like, I'm not going to say anything, but we might have a special guest next week, right? So we just kind of teased it. Time went by, a couple emails went by, finally got a response, and then Brian Weasler and I spoke briefly, and then Dave actually called me last night because I sent him my phone number to call me. If you have any questions, just call me. So we spoke for a little bit last night. Kind of gave him the lowdown on the show and the format and everything else. And I was trying to be respectful of his time. I'm like, is there anything you don't want to talk about? I don't want to make you feel like we're trying to do a shock jock or get you in here and ambush you with any type of oddball questions. And he's like, no, he goes, the only thing I don't want to talk about would just be politics and religion. But other than that, we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. And just like he came across, very humble guy, nice guy, down to earth. So it was cool speaking to him briefly last night, and it was great having him on the show. And I think we got a lot of good material out of him, a lot of great information about his project and everything else. So very cool.
Yeah, that's exactly how he is. When I was down in Dallas for work, and I reached out to him not quite a year ago now. That's exactly how he is. How we heard him today, and how he is on his channel. That's exactly the way he is in person as well. So he's a great guy. Always loves to share his information and his experiences and stuff. So but he's very busy. So I'm very appreciative that he was able to take the time with us.
Yeah.
And stuff. He says he's working harder now than he was before he got into YouTube. So
yeah, it's kind of interesting.
A lot of work, but he enjoys it.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting when what's the old saying? Be careful what you ask for sometimes, right? So you get into it as a hobby, and maybe it becomes larger than life. And it sounds like for him, the whole being asked for autographs, which I would imagine that has got to be off-putting. And I can only imagine myself, but but
something I ever have to worry.
Yeah, so you're having dinner with your family, and somebody just comes up and sees you, and hey, can I have an autograph? It's just so it's flattering, and it can possibly be disruptive, I would imagine. So trying to find that balance.
You get this one directional relationship where you think of the person on YouTube as your friend because you see them all the time and they have no idea who you are. So yeah, you'll see them and go, "Hey, I know you," and blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah. And
yeah.
you're like, "Who are you?"
Yeah, right. So
A stalker.
Yeah, exactly. Looked up on Facebook. I know where you live. Yeah.
yeah, and the other thing I didn't want to do is
A little bit.
what was that? I'm sorry, Chad.
He might have actually boosted our profile a little bit, having him on here.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to be that name dropper and just try to plug it to get people to show up just because he's here. I figured I wanted this to be a special treat and a special guest, and just, for those who were here, you got to experience it, and maybe it'll get out, and maybe we'll have a little bit more than usual exposure on a replay. But I just felt like I did not want to exploit or capitalize on this guy's popularity to try to gain 15 seconds of fame for ourselves either. So
Yeah.
2 hours.
Yeah, I can't believe he gave it 2 hours.
Yeah, he did.
Him up saying why.
Yeah, and I did tell him ahead of time, like look, our shows are an average show is 2 hours. We can go sometimes 4 or 5 hours, but we'll get you on as soon as we can, and you're welcome to bow out anytime you like. But we had some good organic conversations, and so I'm grateful for Brian.
I cannot tell a lie.
Go ahead, James.
I cannot tell a lie. I knew he would love to talk about that project.
Yeah.
Well, who being in that situation, who wouldn't? It's a pretty exciting thing to be able to come up with new hardware like that.
Yeah.
Well, we have love for all kinds of retro.
Well, according to Nick Marentes, it's a waste of time, but So.
Nick Marentes asked the hard-hitting question.
Yeah.
Have you ever used a 6502?
Regularly.
And speaking of celebrities, we also have D. Bruce Moore with us. Hey, Bruce, welcome to the program. You're looking for your unmute button?
And Bruce says his book has been released.
His book has been released. Yeah. Hey, welcome, Bruce.
System Hacked.
Howdy.
All right. Another great experience that we had last Sunday night, was our Forest of Doom screening party.
Forever, actually.
Forest of Doom. No, it was the System Hack screening party, right?
Wrong
was it?
timeline, Steve.
The enchant. Oh, see, listen, I'm old. I'm tired. What was it again? It was the CoCo Forever screening party. Yes.
It was the crazy Canadian
Hey, yeah. And so we ended up,
that was very fun.
3.5 hours, maybe close to
Is that
it.
what it was?
Well,
Yeah.
the first session was about an hour 20. Then we took a break, and then we came back and we had about another good 2.5 hours. 2:20. Yeah, so well over 3 hours. But
Longer than, but better than The Hobbit.
And I got to say, it was great to experience the entire story with all the bonus content. That was great.
Done before.
Yes, and then it was for me. It was really nice having all your family there, Bruce, that were all part of the
Yeah,
story.
that was great.
So it was kind of a special experience.
It was pretty cool seeing the reactions on some people's faces when certain plot points revealed themselves.
Yeah,
Rick Adams was laughing his face off. I know at one point it was pretty good.
yeah. I'm glad he was able to make it there too. Yeah. So that was great. Do you have any plans yet on what to do with the material once you've assimilated it and kind of polished it down?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't really thought any further on that.
Okay. And then, so tell us now about System Hacked. Now that it's out and we saw the commercial, it's not coming soon. It's here.
Yeah, systemhacked.gracenote.ca.
Okay.
It's a true story. Like the commercial says, it's a true story with anonymized names because there are people who definitely still do not want anything public drawn to their attention about some of their extracurricular activities. And yeah, I don't know. I think it's a really good story. I particularly like it because it's centered. Like I know a number of the people.
Yeah.
It actually, kind of like the main character, the center of it all, was a member of our computer club in our town. And the first game that he ever saw, computer game he ever saw, was Forest of Doom. So I'm very proud of that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, the original Forest of Doom when it was
the
still
original Forest. Yeah, when
in its infancy back then.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I started on a 4K CoCo. That's where I started it.
Wow.
And then, took me 30 years to finish it.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, but system hack. Yeah, so you can get it on Kindle or on the iBook, Apple's iBook store.
Yeah.
The iBook has got, if you got that option, it's got a lot more. It's got multimedia content. It's actually got about 2/3 of it. It's almost an audiobook.
Okay.
You go to the beginning of the chapter and press play, and you will, and it's like CoCo Forever. It's got full dramatization. There's
Wow.
sound effects, and the whole bit is in there. So when he's talking about hacking and trying to figure out passwords, you hear the keyboard going, you hear the modem clicking in, and all that kind of
What
stuff.
would you consider making an actual audiobook version? Because I would totally buy it on Kindle.
Yeah, I would think about that. I think that was actually my first idea.
Yeah.
I started working on this like quite a few years ago, and I think what happened was I had a hard drive crash and I lost a bunch of audio, and it just kind of broke my spirit at that point.
Okay.
But it is something, I would consider coming back to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I don't have an Apple thing, but I mean, I've got an old iPad. If I could experience it on an old iPad too, I would dust that off to check it out.
Right, yeah. Well, if it was, if it ended up on Audible, you could listen to it on anything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
Audible.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool. Well, I want to say thank you for all your projects, and especially for our little special screening we had last Sunday night. That was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, you bet.
It was a great.
I remember how much I sucked at acting. That was.
Yeah.
Curtis, you did great. I don't know what you're talking about. You had all the beats down.
I gotta say, so your niece again. It's Alicia. She carried it. She had so much dialogue.
Yeah,
I didn't realize how much dialogue she had until we listened to the whole thing again. She had so much dialogue, and she carried it off so well. And she sounds so much more adult in the production, but you see her, she still kind of looks like a teenager, So
well, she is still a teenager.
Yeah,
for a little bit.
Yeah. So
and she was mentioned like some of the technical stuff that you had her reading there out. Like she had no idea what she was talking about. It was just
no. We had to stop several times and it's like, what is this? This is how you pronounce it, and is this like Jimmy Chip? Is that what it is? All that sort of thing. And I remember there were points where she's done a lot of theater training, so she's used to delivering lines and that. But I remember there being points where she stopped and went, "Oh, can we do that again?" Like, man, this is hard. One particularly, that really long speech she did with the
company,
in the visitor center.
The company.
Yeah, about the company. Yeah, so. Yeah, she did really good, and everybody who contributed, I think, added something really neat to the project.
Yeah,
we like to poke fun at Jason Rygarden. Well, he pokes fun at himself mostly, but I love this characterization. He's got the whole Barney Fife security guard down pat, I think.
Yeah,
I was walking around saying, "Stop right there."
Stop right there.
Stop right there. Yeah, it was really good. What a! I'm just so glad that I think we had like 7 or 8 voice actors from the community who were willing to be a part of this project.
Yeah, and everybody added to the tapestry that was this production.
Yeah, willing to embarrass themselves in public. It was great.
Yeah. And even those whose voices weren't there but allowed themselves to be characterized. And
right,
we're on the call here right now.
Yes.
Nick Marionettes and Steve Bork,
Yeah. So.
And Steve was a consultant too, right? Steve York, who's a consultant on.
He gave me a lot of good ideas for some crazy. What if?
Was there a little spike in sales resulting in this, or?
Well, leading up to it.
Yeah, leading up to it.
Yeah, the week leading up to it, there were a few sales. Yeah, so that was wonderful. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, we skipped at the top of the show. We skipped over kind of project updates and acquisitions just so we could get into Dave Murray as soon as possible. So, does anybody have any of those that you want to talk about? Anything you want to share this week? Project updates, acquisitions.
I came across one thing on eBay that I just got recently. It's kind of a different little device. It was put out by Wyco, and it actually allows you to plugs into the two joystick ports on the back, but then you can plug an Atari type controller.
Okay.
Like if you had something like this, your Here's a
Yeah.
Wyco.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
you know, with your good old 9-pin on the back of it
Right.
there.
So it's basically this was a commercial Atari to CoCo adapter back in the day.
Yeah. Yep. So it's
mainly for the 2600 joysticks back at that time, but yeah.
Yeah.
Does it have a left-right switch then, so it can be either left or right joystick?
No, you plug in.
You plug it into both, but you could access it from the front and move it from side to easily
Yep,
move it.
And then, so you got you plug one into the left, and one into the right, and then on the front you have 2 ports.
Yeah.
So you can plug in left and right there. So yeah, it was kind of an interesting little find. I had never seen it before. So, but yeah, it's the little controller here.
That's
it was advertised in magazines.
Yeah,
Okay. They were advertising Rainbow for a bit, I remember.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't remember seeing it. So yeah, thought I'd share that.
Excellent.
I remember seeing those, but I never had one. I actually had a friend. He was a mad genius electronics whiz. He invented the first self-flushing toilet. He was 15 years old when he did it. He did it in high school. And there was a TV show over here called Beyond 2000.
Oh, I remember. I love that show. It was one of my favorite shows.
His name was Danny Zabari. He was a Jewish guy. He was had it patented. The TV program patented the world's first self-flushing toilet, which was based off an 555 IC timer chip. And I said to him, can you design some coupling units for me for my computer, because I'm tired of plugging all my 6-pin DIN plugs in all the time. And he did 2 of them. So I had all my joysticks plug into them. I had all my electronic books, and I had obviously deluxe joysticks, the standards, a couple of Atari paddles that were done. And because I got rid of all that gear, don't even know where it's all ended up now. But he was just a mad genius. He was a bit of a weirdo though. He used to like getting robbed mice and just electrocuting them to death. We met. Ironically, he was involved in a cult that one of my friends' girlfriends went in, and I went in to try and sort of infiltrate her and exit counsel her out of there.
Wow.
And do an
intervention
with it.
Yeah.
But they were part of what's called the Boston movement, which is the Church of Christ. There was a breakaway in Boston. Kip McKean was the head guy that started it all, and they were going around basically in universities over here. They got kicked off of all the universities in Brisbane because they were going around and converting these people to their religion and telling them to quit their studies, quit their jobs, and devote their life to God.
Almost sounds like you could write a book like Bruce, talking about some underground stuff going on.
I was going to say, there's Bruce's next book.
Yeah.
He actually invented this little handheld joy buzzer, and he used to actually charge you with multitude of voltage, but took all the amps out of it. And so he'd come and shake your hand, and you'd just be like, "What the hell?" And his business was Zabari. We just named him Zapper because he used to love zapping things. He was just a very bizarre guy. He was a beautiful guy, like a really nice guy, but he just had this side of him that was just really out there. It was mad, just a mad scientist.
Wow. All right.
He did some good stuff for me. He helped me actually write a paint style program as well, because he invented a computer that was 10 times faster than the first Pentiums that ever came out. But ironically, it didn't actually run off a standard programming language. You had to create a new programming language for it, and no one wanted it.
Not just 9, ease of use.
Nobody wanted to buy it. There were military interested in it, but because there was no active language for it, no one was interested. But it was 10 times faster than the Pentiums.
Interesting. Does anybody else have any acquisitions or updates they want to share?
Yeah, I've got an update here. I mentioned it earlier on the show. It's a little board that I've got here. It's a development board. It's from a company called Second Sound. A guy named Brian. I can't pronounce his last name. It's Polish, I think. But yeah, he's sent a bunch of these boards out to developers and musicians. And basically, if we can get a close-up shot there, it's got a a microphone and line input socket here.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a line output socket here, a MIDI socket on the side, just
Okay.
here, 5-pin MIDI. And it's got a bunch of control voltage and gate outputs and everything on the front of it. And what it does, it's a custom chip that this guy's designed. And this board is built around the custom chip to show off its functions and features. It converts pitch and volume information into control voltages and gates. It's got its own oscillator built in on board and also to MIDI signals. So what I'm going to be doing with this, I'm going to connect it up to my CoCos. And using the standard sound or play command on the CoCo, I can feed an output, notes, duration and whatnot into this thing. And this will convert the direct audio signal. It's not even have to be a control voltage or anything. It's a direct audio signal. It'll convert that into MIDI notes, into analog control voltages and gate signals to control synthesizers, and also to control its onboard synthesizer section, which it's got there as well. So yeah, if it's the big selling point with this one, there's plenty of devices in the past that have done pitch to similar tasks, pitch to voltage and pitch to MIDI and pitch to audio outputs. But their tracking has always been the thing that's let them behind, is how well they track the pitch and how quickly they do it. The big selling point with this thing is its claim to have overcome all of the difficulties with such a technical feat. And it's supposed to be like super fast, super efficient, super accurate.
That's really
So
interesting.
yeah, it is. My interest in creating a MIDI interface for the CoCo initially was quite limited. I thought, I don't really need it to do that, but this thing does MIDI as well.
Yeah. So basically, if I'm understanding you right, if you could real time capture the audio out from the CoCo, could you have it play on a MIDI instrument at the same time, so you get like a basically MIDI output from the CoCo in real time?
That's exactly what this thing does, and not only MIDI, but control voltage and gate output
Okay.
as well.
And I was trying to ask that question before. Wouldn't it be interesting if we could find something that could kind of like scrape the DAC and hear what the DAC is doing, and then output that to a better quality synthesizer, so you could, without having to rewrite software, we could basically get a sound chip for the CoCo that would just listen to what the CoCo is doing and make it sound better. It sounds like this is doing that.
You can change exactly, what instrument it's simulating.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
And you go to sound tone command. I want it sounded like a grand piano.
Because everybody's worried about, well, there's no software for a new sound chip, but if there was something else that could take old software and just give it kind of an audible facelift, that would be a great invention. The software's already written. We're just now enhancing the audio synthesis somehow. And it sounds like this might be doing that.
Yeah, well, and the thing is with this thing too, it's it's monophonic, but the output, when I say monophonic, it's one note at a time, but then so is the output on the CoCo.
Right.
Unless you're doing machine language routines where you're simulating 3 or 4 voices like Simon Jonasson has done with his latest programs. But if you want to just take the basic command, like play command.
Like the play command, which is just single notes anyways.
Yeah, and you want to do something a little more fancy with it and play a DX7 or play my Mirage sampler or plug it into the big modular synthesizer and get it to do all sorts of things with that. I mean, on the board there, if I get up close enough, you can see it's got a bunch of controls on it as well. So it's got like input sensitivity, it's got a harmony, you can actually use it to create harmonies, not just a single note. Yeah, so it's actually quite powerful. And there's an expansion header up the top here that you can use to connect other, potential.
Well, I'd be interested to hear some demos that you come up with on this.
Yeah.
Well, when Brian sent out these units to us, he said, look, I'll send them out to you guys for 4 weeks. You can evaluate them, do whatever you want with them. And then to some of us, he sent us an extra message and he said, look, if you guys are willing to produce videos of unique things that you've done with it, you can keep it.
Okay.
So it's like $400 or something to buy.
Okay. Wow.
So yeah, really generous offer. So I'm going to be this week and next week creating some videos and specifically doing videos with my CoCo 1 and CoCo 3 because that's something fairly unique. I don't think anyone else with one of these boards will be doing that.
Right, absolutely.
So it'll be,
Did you end up getting a keyboard for your CoCo 3? Because remember you had the CoCo 2 keyboard in it.
CoCo One keyboard. It's right behind me here. That's this one here with the. Yeah, I'm just. Ed Snyder is any day now. He'll be putting out his new CoCo keyboard kits, and I'm on his list for some of the first ones that he's going to be putting out there. So
that's
any
awesome.
day now. I'm just holding off for Ed Snyder because he's done some amazing stuff for CoCos.
Absolutely.
Mm.
Cool stuff. I can't wait to hear what you do with that. I mean, theoretically, because it's got an XLR mic input, couldn't you possibly just sing into that thing from a condenser mic and have your voice be translated into notes?
Absolutely, you can.
Yeah, so you could actually hum a line and have it translated into MIDI or and like I say, the electrical signals for other synthesizers. So you could literally sing songs and have it converted into electronic MIDI or other signaling.
That's exactly what it's designed to do, and it's designed to do it in real time, super fast.
That's
super
amazing.
accurate
All
tracking.
right. So for somebody who doesn't know how to play an instrument, but you've got a melody in your head that you can hum, you could hum out melodies and hear it musically.
Absolutely, yeah.
And change instruments and everything else.
Yeah, change the instruments, maybe get some multi-track recording and the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, recorded as MIDI. You know, get into your DAW and plug a microphone into it, sing one line, and then go back and sing another line.
As a MIDI track, yeah, just keep overdubbing it all, yeah.
Karaoke Revolution on CoCo 3.
Yeah, that's a really neat thing. So right now, because that's $400 is not cheap. I know there's a lot of technology in there, but I'm just wondering if it got to the point where this might be a little bit more consumer commodity version of this, you know.
Oh, absolutely. The whole thing with this particular board, you can see on the board itself, right where my finger is there, that's the actual custom chip on it. This board has been put together just for developers and musicians, basically, to get their hands on the prototype, basically, which this is.
Sure.
And test it and find out what we can do with it and use our imaginations to think of applications and the chip itself. You can take the chip itself then and develop your own hardware. You might not need 3/4 of the functions on this board. If you want to put it into another device, like you might want to build one into a cartridge pack for a CoCo.
Right, yeah. So really the secret sauce there is that custom chip that does the real-time conversion.
Yeah, absolutely. And he sent us, along with it too, he sent us a whole pile of documentation here, and along with the documentation, there's schematic diagrams and everything there, so we can customize and tweak things and play around with it and experiment.
That's the custom Jimmy chip.
The custom Jimmy chip, yeah.
Yeah, so it's pretty exciting. I'm actually, I've had it here for a couple of weeks, but last week I was just plagued with migraines. That's why I wasn't on the panel for the last couple of weeks. And this week I actually didn't have any room. I've only got one decent camera here at the moment, and it's the camera on my phone. And my phone's 128 gigabyte model, and I had the whole thing filled up with junk, and there was 1.5 gigabytes worth of space left on it. So I actually spent a couple of days ago just going through the phone and clearing off a whole lot of junk, and I've freed up about 70 gigabytes of space. So I can now get stuck into doing some videos and actually get something up there.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. Stevie, you were saying about the price of the unit?
Yeah, I think it says about $400.
Yeah, that's the development kit.
Inflation rate. Australia has the highest retail inflation rate in the Western world. And even here in Brisbane, we have the third highest paid parking in the world. We were third to New York and LA.
Wow.
It's because we have a duopoly of grocery chains that basically own everything. They own their own farms, they own their own dairy farms, they own their own produce farms, and they've basically killed the retail market and basically wiped out a large percentage, I won't say all of them, a large percentage of your mum and dad operations, your independent stores, and they just completely ruined the market.
Did that ruin David's prototype market too?
DJ gear and any sound gear is through the roof because they know people are going to make money out of it, so they do put the price up. But a good thing about that is it does filter out a lot of time wasters as well.
Gotcha. All right. Well, who else? Anyone else got a project update?
I was just going to say I just need to step away, guys, but it's been a great show.
Yeah, Brian, thank you for reaching out to David Murray for us, and I'm glad that worked out, man.
Yep,
okay.
Good time. Take care all.
Yeah, Nick Morentis.
There's a update to my Popstar pilot, which I put up on Facebook for people to download. A lot of people have been having trouble getting past level 2. Some people have trouble getting past level 1, but when they do finally get to level 1, then they really get stuck in level 2.
Who are these people?
So, yeah, I reckon. So I decided, and it was something I thought of doing later, swapping level 2 with level 3, because level 2 was harder than level 3. So I thought I'll just put some balance into the difficulty level and swap them over. So now level 2, those people who have never been past the original level 2 can now at least see, well, what the old level 3 was before getting stuck again
in level 2, right? So
in level 2,
yeah.
For you people who want to see level 4, you're just screwed. That's all.
I think he's talking to you, Stevie.
They just have to man up.
No, I've actually made it to level 3 a
Yeah,
couple
I
of
know.
times, but by that time I just kind of get overwhelmed. So now what would happen is this would let me practice level 3. Once I practice level 3, I might want to go back to the 1.0 version and then play it in the original order. So let's have 2 different copies, the original and then the patched version, right? So
Level 4, here I come.
That's a free update. If you go to my website, I had the link on the Facebook page.
Yeah, that's
where
great.
You can go in and just download as a patch. So
Thank you, Nick.
you
That's a
patch
great
your
patch.
DSK file wherever it is on the floppy on a CoCo SDC. Just basically just replace 2 files, and lo and behold, the version 1.1, as I called it.
And so I'm imagining the way your game is broken down right now, you have level data, and that level data is on the disk, so that data doesn't have to change, but just the pointers as far as which level you load in which order.
The way I've written it, I had to physically move the data. We'll swap the data between the 2 levels, and then a few changes in the code to realize that the levels have swapped. And
There's a bug fix too, isn't there?
Sorry?
There's a bug fix in there too, isn't there?
Oh, I don't know if it's a bug fix.
Well, that mysterious dying for no reason, is that?
Well, I haven't seen it again, so maybe it's fixed that as well. But yeah. So anyway, it's a free update for anyone.
No,
so
that's cool.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nick.
I've downloaded the update. Yeah, I am up late. Downloaded the update, but I haven't installed it yet, so I'm looking forward to playing around with that. So.
Well, maybe we can arrange a screening later on tonight or something.
I won't be able to make anything this afternoon, tonight, rather, or this afternoon for me.
Yeah.
What was that project, that semi-graphic project that you were doing, Nick? I didn't catch what that was.
Yes. That's a little project. I'll probably announce that next week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's just another little Gunstar distraction project I've been working on. So I'm still putting it together. So I figured I'll wait till next week, so I'll have something to show.
It's got giant crocs in it too, yeah? Right?
Yeah, crikey.
Crikey. Excellent. All right. So anybody else have a project update or an acquisition or a show and tell? Anybody want to share their feelings, anything like that? No? All right. Curtis, you want to do some news?
Oh, actually, sure. I have a feeling to share.
Grant Lady has something to share. All right.
No, I just wanted to say that I got to play with my new MC10 a couple days ago, and I will agree with Steve Bjork. It is nothing but it is terrible. I don't see how anybody used that thing. It is very hard to type. I just can't imagine sitting there with a rainbow and typing programs on that thing. But yeah, I mean, it's nice to have. Don't get me wrong, but it's very not user friendly. That is for sure.
Just run ease of use on it. That would change everything. MC10.
I'm not
ease of use.
It's very easy to type on if you're 5 years old.
Exactly.
Well, there's the problem.
I just can't believe we gave up the CoCo Deluxe for that. It's just
wow.
amazing.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Why
All
did Tony
right.
do that?
So that's my feelings for the day.
Okay. So, L. Curtis Boyle, are you ready to go into some news?
Yeah, well, I'm fighting off my cat here.
All right. So, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play the music and introduce you. And then when I say take it away, Curtis, then you can take it away. All right.
Okay.
All right, everybody. It's time for news with L. Curtis Boyle. Take it away, Curtis.
Okie dokie. Seeing the screen?
Yes. Angry Birds. Vizes.
Yeah, this is actually one of the games that's been one of the AGD projects. The ports from the Spectrum.
Okay.
Henry Reifeld put up a video of it, so because a lot of us haven't actually seen the games play.
Okay.
So I'll just show you a little clip. It's actually not Angry Birds itself. It's kind of based on Angry Birds, but let's fast forward a little bit here.
And maximize it too.
Shooting down the birds. You're kind of putting the part of the pigs here.
I see. Okay. Maximize the video so we can see a little bigger. Okay, yeah, so you have a cannon in the middle. Can you aim the cannon too?
Or you move it left and right.
It seems like it's always shooting straight up the middle, though. That looks good. So this is one of the arcade game designer kits that have been ported. Is this one of the ones made by the classroom of 10-year-old kids too, or?
No, this is one of the, I don't know, would you call them semi-commercial ones or whatever?
Okay.
Ones.
Yeah, it looks good.
The falling debris is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that engine actually looks pretty good. And there's some more stuff on that coming up later on. We can talk about it a bit more.
Okay, cool. Good job, Henry Reifeld.
Speaking of, 2 more game packs were released. Numbers, what are we up to now? 35 and 36, which is the remainder of the ones from that primary school in Scotland that did it. So there's this one here's the 35. It's the part 3 one. The Dragon with the Wagon. I just like the title of that one.
Yeah, I like the ring to it, huh? The Dragon with the Wagon.
Yeah, there's your little dragon up right there. But yeah, so there's 2 more of these school packs have been released, and that finishes them now. And they've updated the main big pack if you want to download the entire thing at once, for all the AGD games put together, or you can get the individual packs if you've been kind of gathering them as they happen. Now, one thing that he's added on the CoCo list and on the forum on the World of Dragon, and I think on the Facebook group too, is that the kids and the teacher are actually looking for some feedback from the general public for playing these games.
Okay.
What did you think of the game? What did you think of the design? That type of thing.
Okay.
Give encouragement to the kids. So I'd highly recommend people download these 4 game packs that have these games and then give them back to the arcade designers of the future. So give them as much.
Well, maybe we can make that a project tonight if we get together for a after talk. And we can try these out.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
So that
would be good to be able to do, right? Give them some feedback.
Yeah. I'll just quickly scroll through here. This is from the last pack, the 4th one.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the Tiki
Temple.
So
a similar, when we were at CoCo Fest and Brendan Donaghy's daughter Morgan was making some games for the CoCo using the CoCo VGA, and one of them was like you had to catch hearts and stuff. I just kind of gave her some feedback on the joystick, because when you read the joystick literally and you're using the actual value of the joystick for your screen position, it can be very unpredictable. So I kind of showed her what I did in Cosmic Aliens, where I kind of just pull the left and right sides, and if I cross a certain threshold, then I move left or then I move right. And so just kind of showed her how that made it a little less spastic moving across the screen. And so she was going to take some of those tips and work with that. So yeah, it'd be good to give some feedback and constructive criticism and stuff. Yeah, they look really good. The level designs from these pictures look great.
Yeah, and there was some discussion on the CoCo list, I guess. Art Flexer, the guy who did ADOS, he was asking, what is the environment like? Because he just hasn't seen it. And Per Surratt actually responded, mentioning, how it's currently on the Spectrum. You have to do the actual design, but it's basically you design the graphics, you design the sprites, you design the levels, etc. And then you have this kind of C cross compiler type thingy that does some of the actual coding, or at least creates C code that the C compilers will use to create the actual games. So it'd be kind of interesting if we can get Per on, or maybe at some time, just to actually throw in a demo of a level or something, like what it actually looks like in the code, just so we can see what the programming looks like. Because these are 10 and 11-year-olds, and to be able to come up with this kind of stuff, I imagine the language can't be that that difficult.
The language looks a lot like BASIC, but with no line numbers.
Okay, you've actually seen the actual source code then that the kids would actually be designing
I
themselves?
haven't seen their source code, but there's a whole series of videos in some of the arcade game designer groups, and there is actually a cross-platform version of Arcade Game Designer. And then there's one AGDX where they add a bunch of stuff, and they've tried modifying the engine. The game engine is it's basically a library of routines that all your code uses, and you tell it what sprites to show, where to move them, and stuff like that. But it looks a lot like BASIC.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I haven't actually seen any of the code for it yet, just the results. So it'd be interesting to see that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of videos on it. So.
And I know he'd mentioned that there is a Windows port of the entire design engine and stuff getting done right now, that once that's done, you'll be able to use a modern machine and create the same software for these machines.
Yep.
So here's the big pack 2.4, which is adds the 2 new ones. So if you want to download the entire AGD collection in one shot, there you go.
That could take literally dozens of megabytes of disk space.
Oh, I think
there's always there's over 100 games now.
Yeah.
I think it's almost 200 now.
Wow.
Because it's been averaging about 5 or 6 per disc, and there's 36.
Actually,
images,
I think I mentioned there was over 100 a couple of months ago.
Yeah, quite a while ago. Yeah. No, I think they're almost at 200 right now. If they
Wow.
haven't passed it.
It's cranking them out.
Yeah. Well, he enlisted all that child slave labor to write the last 20.
Who runs his production company? Kathy Lee Gifford?
Anyway, here's if you're on the World of Dragon forums here, this is the specific mention that they do want some feedback. Hello, the whole 20 games being developed by the P6 students have been released. They would like to know what you think about their efforts. So please test the games and leave some kind of feedback here. They will be watching this thread to know how do you like their games.
Okay.
And they also posted that on the CoCo list. And I think he's also posted Facebook. So I think they're actually monitoring all 3 so they can send
Okay. Excellent.
So it's really cool. It's a really cool project to teach kids to play or write games that early. And
Yeah.
use it.
Yeah, I was thinking
And use
about that.
retro at the same time.
Yeah.
And,
I was thinking about that when David Murray was talking about his Commodore project, that he wants to design a computer that would be easy for somebody who wants to learn computer science, electronic science, what it's like to design and develop and produce a simple computer where you can physically see everything. I see some value in that, and it's interesting. So,
there's plenty of new retro computers that are FPGA, but they're not. And there's some, project ones where they're using a modern Z80 or something like that. But this is a lot more like a computer you'd use, and you can actually see the parts.
Yeah. There's something neat about that.
Yeah, and I had not heard of I think is it Evan Wright that has a game?
The adventure game cross compiler.
Oh no, but he actually teaches a class.
Oh yeah, video game design for his students. Yeah.
Yeah, which he's brought some of the fest to see some of the retro stuff, but I don't think their main focus is actually developing on a retro system, whereas this actually is. So. Anyway, yeah, please, I encourage everybody to download the 4 game packs. There's 20 games.
You got to remember that the original games, Spectrum's arcade game designer started on the Spectrum, and Spectrums were very much part of the schools.
Kind of like the Apples were in the States.
Yeah, and the official machine after a while was the BBC Micro, but before that, there were Spectrums in schools. So, that they're pretty common.
There's still Spectrums in every classroom now. Only these days it's the autism spectrum. Sorry, I couldn't resist that.
Okay, so we will try to do that.
Okay, and yeah, actually doing a little public display of some of these games here, I think would be a good.
Yeah, that'd be a good little stream project. Yeah.
And another little stream project that might be interesting, which I actually sent to you too. This is something actually it's been out. Go away. This is actually something that's been out for a while, but I hadn't seen it before. And Henry Eiffel posted this up. It's an article on retro gamers' take on what they thought the best 10 Dragon games were. And a few of them we've seen on the show, and a few of them are conversions from the CoCo. But there's
that Airball.
Yeah. So there's like Chucky Egg, Leggett, which I have not played before. I've never tried that one. Donkey King. Now you get to see what Donkey King looks like in P-Mode 3. Isn't it?
Ouch.
Yeah, it's
the humanity.
I brought this image up especially for Nick.
You know what Nick said to that?
Right.
He said, "Crikey!"
There's the famous airball, of course.
That looks a lot like the other one, Knight's Lore.
I think Knight's Lore is more kind of like a sequel to it. Wasn't Knight's Lore came out afterwards? I can't remember the order.
I'm not sure the order.
Yeah, it was another isometric.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it looks like the same type of level design.
Actually,
here's Devil Assault by Ken Kalish, which we've seen the artifacting version, so it's quite different.
The Dragon version of Airball came out before any of the other versions.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder, the people in the UK, were they big fans of pea soup? Because that's what every single one of these games looks like.
You got to remember, there was no artifacting colors.
I know. But all these screens look like green pea soup.
Puke green, I call it.
Yeah.
Well, could be that orange and
baby vomit green.
Yeah, baby vomit.
I can't stand peas. Peas make me feel like vomiting.
Here's Jet Set Willy, which is another one, but it kind of resembles the AGD style games.
It does. I've heard the name, but I've not seen the game. So these might be good to showcase too. These top 10 Dragon games, huh?
Yeah. Ralma's Revenge is one I've sent you a copy of because it's honestly the best battle.
I have a video of me playing that on my one of my DVDs, the one that has 13 games that have never been on YouTube.
Yeah.
So it's on one of my DVDs of me playing that. Yeah.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah, it is a neat game.
It plays really good at double speed on a CoCo 3 too. Might mention.
Yeah.
Ouch. Runner. This is one I've never seen before too, and it's using that pastel favorite.
Yeah, that's hurting my eyes.
It's better than pea green.
Yeah, make it stop. Make it stop. I promise I'll be good. Stop right there.
The Cat Trilogy, which is a series of adventure games. This I've never seen before either. And he's using the alternate character set because green isn't bad enough in the eyes. You got to use the yellowish. Now, I will say there are some amazing things you can do with these modes, and Nick will have more on that next week.
Okay.
Teaser.
Crikey.
Backtrack. I think this was kind of a 3D-ish walkthrough too, because you walk between the rooms.
Oh, that's neat. I like that.
It's a top view of this, complex of rooms, and it actually does a really good job of the.
That's similar to the Attic Attack view.
Which one?
Attic Attack. I think it's what it's called, something like that.
I'm not familiar with that one, I don't think. But it's a cool one. That one I've actually seen before. And then he's on to the next platform. But anyway, yeah, there's a lot of interesting games.
Okay, yeah, we should probably do a showcase on these at some point in time.
And see if we agree with them, too, because there's a lot of original Dragon games. There's probably about 100 or so that we've never saw on the CoCo back in the day that maybe we can say, is this our top 10 as well, or do we have different picks?
Yeah, neat. Cool. Speaking of dragons.
Yeah, and still Henry Reitfeld. He was busy this week.
Henry Reitfeld.
So he's using a modified CoCo SDC. So he's modified it so he's got the Dragon DOS on it, so it's compatible to Dragon. Obviously.
Okay.
But he's also got the SDC Explorer modified to run with Dragon DOS, because Dragon DOS, unlike Extended Basic, which is very similar almost identical between the CoCo and the Dragon, the disk basic part is totally different. So he's actually got it running now that you can use the SDC Explorer. So fast forward a bit here. To work with DOS Plus.
Wow. Okay. Isn't there a Dragon mode already on the SDC? You can just flip some dip switches.
There is, but I don't think SDC Explorer worked with it because all the disk commands are completely different.
Okay.
So I think what he's done is he's made it compatible, and you can now use the Explorer to launch Dragon titles instantly without.
Yeah, it's not quite that easy. It does take some work to get the SDC up and running on a Dragon.
Okay.
I was working on that.
So it's not just a few dip switches.
There's a dip switch, and then you have to load ROMs, and then you have to do this and do that.
Oh, so the Dragon ROMs are not built in.
No, you'd have to copy the ROMs over.
You copy the ROMs over using that SDC utility, like the same one you would flash it with. You just load it to a different bank.
Yeah, yeah, and then you have to flip the switch because the addressing's a little bit different too. And then, like I said, the DOS itself is completely different as far as like how the directories are structured are totally different. The disk's format is differently set up, and the actual commands you use for disk basics type stuff is different as well too. So it's quite different.
Okay.
So it's really like using a different computer then, almost.
Yeah. And we already mentioned that some Australian hick here did some PopStart pilot monitors. The interesting thing is that you did it as a patch, though, because it's still a commercial product. So you download this patch disk, and then you apply the patch. And then
you have to own the original. He's not giving away the whole program.
Yeah, that stingy bugger. But
yeah. That was like Steve Bjork saying people would come to these computer clubs and saying, "Hey, can you give me the patch for my copy of Sands of Egypt that
And I'll probably let James talk about this more than me here, but this was a Commodore 16 program I think you'd seen that is using a BASIC that actually had circle commands and stuff. So this is running a demo to draw kind of a sphere using a bunch of different circle commands. I'll just fast forward past his, assuming it plays. So I mean, the basic on the Commodore 16 was closer to what we were used to with circle.
Okay.
Yeah, the big difference on it is it's the what is it? Widths or heights. The parameters are slightly different.
So the circle command itself's the same, but the bits that you tack on at the end are different. Yeah.
Well, the parameters are different, yeah.
And interestingly enough, they are able to print text right on top of their graphics screen that we are not.
Yeah.
Well,
sort of.
It has a mode where you can do it on the bottom.
Oh, okay,
it's
so
kind of
it's
like
a split
the
screen.
ATR2 on the old Apple II where they had the 4 lines of text.
Okay, and the Atari 400, 800 had one like that too. Yeah. Okay.
And then James did the same thing. He ported it over to the CoCo 1 and 2. Now he's running on the CoCo 3 in this case.
Yeah, I tried to leave the code as much in the same as possible and look at the difference in speed.
Yeah, this is where you can tell how much better our BASIC was.
Well.
Oh, yeah.
And that's single speed, so that's 0.895 versus 1 megahertz on the...
I'm sorry, can you do it again? It happened so fast I couldn't see it.
Well, here, watch the speed up poke version then.
I blinked and I missed it. Speed. Yeah, I blinked and I missed it.
There.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah, the Commodore BASIC is really slow because it uses it supports memory under the ROM, so that you get up to 52K of RAM for your BASIC. But it
at the expense of some speed because you have to keep swapping it in and out.
It actually runs slower than the Commodore 64 BASIC, even though it's clocked faster.
Wow.
What's the clock speed on the Commodore 16? I don't even know.
The 64 is 1 megahertz, and the +4, 116, the 16, those are 1.77.
So the equivalent of our double speed poke.
It's like more like the Atari and our double speed. But to keep Stevie's head from melting.
Now why would you want to do that?
Yeah. It has to swap the ROM in and out, and it's very slow.
Okay, so that Commodore 16 video demo that was actually at 1.78 megahertz.
That's full speed.
Wow. Okay, I thought it was just running at the standard 1 megahertz, so that's even more pathetic than I thought.
It runs at that speed all the time. It's to access that memory, disable interrupts, enable interrupts, all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Hence why,
go ahead.
Oh, hence why I was questioning David before about V2 Basic and...
Yeah, thanks for scaring him away, Nick.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm giving him the facts of life.
Well,
in layman's terms, it goes from 0 to 64 in 15.9 seconds.
Something, yeah.
So all those extra viewers we got before were just being booted off the show. We just lost them all.
Now, I'm going to segue to something I don't have video for here. This was a discussion on the CoCo list, and I know a lot of you are not on the CoCo list, but this has actually caused a discussion, which is probably the biggest discussion I've seen the CoCo list for quite a while. And this was from a guy, I'm trying to remember his name, Mark Anderson, whom I haven't heard of before, but he said, and I'll just quote his email. I have to say I'm shocked at the level of discrimination I receive when I wear my TRS-80 color computer Radio Shack black t-shirt in public, most notable in bookstores. In the past 6 months at 2 different bookstores, I've had an older couple and an older gentleman both scoff and say Trash 80 out loud at me with a smirk. The first time I let it go, but this last time I said, don't say that, sir. He confronted me and said that he had an Apple back in the day. I told him I was published in the Rainbow magazine at the age of 10, and he asked me if I still had my TRS-80. I said I had several. Just wanted to know if anybody else has had any similar stories. And there was a lot of people that, responded that, Trash 80 was worn as a badge of honor. It wasn't meant to be a bad thing. It was just kind of a cute nickname. Of course, we had CoCo for ours. My personal experience at the time was that Trash 80 was reserved for the Model 134, the black and white TRS-80s. And CoCo, we didn't have an 80 chip in our machine, right?
No.
So we just considered ourselves totally separate. But from talking to different people in the UK and the States and Australia on the list, there's definitely some difference of opinion, whether it was meant as a complete slam or if it was meant to be cute, or if the CoCo was even included in this. I was just wondering on the panel here, what were your experiences back in the day as far as,
It was originally for the Model 1 because you had that cable that connected the main computer to the expansion interface, and if it got oxidized, it would crash. And you had to take a pencil eraser and erase it and stuff.
Sounded just as fun as the 16K RAM packs for the Sinclairs.
There was also an adapter that you could solder to the Model 1 and to the expansion interface that had gold contacts, and so you would slide this little thing on and solder it to each part, the expansion interface of the Model 1, and then there was a cable with gold contacts that you could connect, and that would solve that problem.
Yeah, I've had people refer to the CoCo as the Trash 82. I think there might be some people who had a specific understanding of what that reference meant, but I think it became just kind of a derogatory statement for the brand name, because TRS sounds kind of like trash, and so it's just slamming that.
And
I think
oddly enough, the MC10 is the only one that's technically not a TRS-80.
I think it had the TRS-80 logo on it, didn't it?
Yeah.
Or no?
Yeah. I don't
Screw the original CoCo 1s and 2s.
Oh, yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. I'm mistaken.
So I think a lot of people used it, didn't even know the origin anymore. It just was a cool thing to say as a slam. We're gonna slam that.
Yeah,
the CoCo dropped the TRS-80. The CoCo dropped the TRS-80 when it got to the CoCo 2 model. Then it switched to Tandy branding.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think that was honestly to get away from the
TRS-80.
Yeah, I mean,
moniker to get away from it.
Yeah,
to get away from the entire Radio Shack name.
Yeah.
Which was because people looked at Radio Shack, they didn't view it as, although at the time, Radio Shack was probably the best computer company out there because they were the biggest. Apple was growing at the time. Commodore was still kind of small at the time, but Tandy Corporation was a big, big company. And so at the time, they were probably the best computer on the market, or one of the best for sure, especially if you're running a business. The Model 2 was a good business machine. And, they were pretty serious about it for a long time. And then the PC came out and everybody rolled over and bought a PC, and that kind of killed off everybody else except Apple.
Well, Tandy actually, when the Tandy 1000, like David was talking on his bit there earlier, the Tandy 1000, when it came out, actually was doing quite well for the first couple of years because it was more advanced than a PC.
Mm-hmm.
But they kind of lagged. They didn't keep pushing the envelope like they did with that first.
Tandy was the biggest manufacturer for a long time because you got to remember they had pocket computers, they had the Model 100, they had PC compatibles, the Model 1, 2, 3, 4, the color computer,
12, 16, there's tons.
You may have had more of one type of computer sold by Apple or Commodore 64 or whatever, but they had a lot of computers to choose from. So total sales were really good.
Mm-hmm.
don't forget too, a lot of those pocket computers were actually rebranded Sharp pocket computers.
Yeah,
And
same thing with the 100 too.
Were rebranded.
That's
Yeah,
kind of how they
Sharp,
started
yeah.
getting into just carrying stuff other people produced, and then they stopped making their own, which kind of is what ended up killing them off in the computer market.
Well, towards the end, they also bought Grid.
The profit margin on the PC market got really tight, and that's when Tandy kind of got out of it and sold off the factories for the PCs that they were manufacturing, because it was, you made no money on a PC back in the day because it was there was so much competition that the profit margin was like.
Hey, let me just say, hey, Curtis, can you maybe stop sharing for a second, because we're staring at a static listing of a program, and maybe it'd just be better to have the discussion faces going off. So yeah. No, it's an it is definitely an interesting topic. Like I say, it's for us owners of Tandy Radio Shack products. That's kind of like the N word, right? It was used to hold us down at a time when things were much more tumultuous, right?
Well, it's like people calling Commodore Commodore,
Commode
odor.
Yeah.
Well, the same kind of thing,
as well as we got, is what I'd like to say.
The same kind of thing goes on today with like iPhone versus Android and things like that. And
Yeah,
I don't look at it like that, because someone says, "Oh, I've got an Android phone," I don't slam them for it.
What I wonder is, I mean, I'm reading the guy's email. I'll tell you, I went ahead and I pulled it up too. So the original posting was, and it's hard to tell we don't know the tone of the person who said it and what intent. But again, when we read the message, it says, "I have to say I'm shocked at the level of discrimination I receive when I wear my TRS-80 Color Computer Radio Shack black t-shirt in public, most notably in bookstores. For the past 6 months, at 2 different bookstores, I had an older couple and an older gentleman both scoff and say trash 80 out loud at me with a smirk on 2 separate occasions."
The Apple crowd is a bit. Oh God, how do I put it?
Mark, what is your opinion?
Ask Mark.
I'm trying to find a polite way to put it.
Those
arrogant, maybe arrogant. Yes.
Self-confident. How's that?
I believe elitist pricks would be kind.
those two.
Let's try to remember there is an Apple employee in the room.
Ken Reichard saying, "Who still has bookstores?"
iPhones is Android parts anyway. It's Samsung parts. So these guys that think they belong to some elite club, "Oh, I've got an iPhone," they're actually still supporting Samsung and Android. So they're fools.
And I asked them, "Okay, can you take a landscape picture with your phone?"
Sure.
Because they still you can't take a portrait or landscape because they don't have a patent on it. Somebody else does.
With an Android phone?
Now, those 2 older people that made that comment, they're older people because only older people would have known
the name Trash 80. Yeah,
that's right. So they were probably ex-Apple people or whatever. And when they saw the name, that brought back memories of the old days.
Yeah, so you wonder, was it tongue in cheek or was it actual vitriol?
Yeah, probably.
I think a bit of both, maybe.
Yeah,
back in the day, it was vitriol, pure and simple.
Yeah.
It would have been bringing back memories from them when they saw that. That brought back memories of what they used to say about the TRS-80s.
Well, depending on the age of these old people, they may have a new record for holding the longest grudge. I thought that belonged to a couple other members in our community, but maybe they're outside. So,
well, I mean, at this point, it's kind of, at my age, I think that kind of stuff is a bit juvenile.
Yeah.
When I was younger, I kind of would trash on other people too, because you've got an Apple or a Commodore instead of a Radio Shack computer, because I liked the Radio Shack computers. But I mean, come on, I'm in my 50s now. I don't really play those sorts of juvenile games.
Oddly enough, Apple had one of the crappiest designs of any of the machines. I mean,
Apple too. Yeah, I was never a big fan of
layout and
Well, the only thing I have to go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, Grant Leady's
The
speaking.
only thing I was going to say was, if it wasn't for us Microsoft and IBM people, Apple will not be around today.
Oh yeah,
because Microsoft bailed them out.
Microsoft hadn't given them money.
Yeah.
Who'd ever heard of juvenile games on about retro platforms? Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, what
That
is
never
that?
happens. Playing games and all that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
My personal opinion is in modern times now, it's the entire retro community defending against all the quote unquote modern people who just look, why are you using this old crappy computers no matter what brand?
Yeah, you almost have to
Why
band
aren't you
together.
using a Windows or a Mac? Like, what are you using this crap for? So I view it now that we're defending ourselves as a whole, the whole retro community, against people that just don't understand. Why would you be interested in that in the first place?
The enemy of my enemy is my ally, or how does that go?
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, the people who are going to bag on us, who cares? Let them have their, their moaning, groaning. This is something we do because we love doing it. If someone else doesn't like it, it's a big deal.
And also,
I mean, even back in the day, I was just going to say, back in the day, in the 80s, like in the early 80s, when we were, the whole Tandy and Commodore 64. That's where, with us, it was all the Tandy versus.
So
Commodore.
here's the best thing this guy can do to get revenge. All he's got to do is get a long black rope with a hood, a big wooden stick with a little scythe at the end, and just walk up behind the guy and go boo. Right? So.
Yeah, honestly,
looking for you.
I'm into retro computing just as a hobby. I don't actually use it to, like record my calendar events and things like that. I mean, obviously, I have a modern.
No, I do everything on DeskMate. What are you talking about?
I don't. Are there people that actually do that?
I have no idea.
Inside comes to mind for that.
As Mr. T would say, I pity the fool. So.
Do some people actually use their retro computers for that kind of stuff? Because, honestly, I use my Mac and my iPad and my iPhone for that kind of stuff, and I use, the retro computing is like more of a hobby to tinker with and that kind of thing. I don't expect that too many people are out there using their computer for day-to-day type stuff.
Glenside for the longest time was using Dynacalc on the CoCo to do registration. As an example.
Yeah, that's hardcore.
20 minutes to get in.
Yeah, that's hardcore. And then Nick drew a bunch of icons using an actual native Super Ike program. He didn't do it on an Amiga or a PC. He actually did it on the CoCo. So there's a teeny bit, I guess.
Is that how he created the trash can icon?
No, that one he did on his Amiga. But
No, I did that separately.
Amiga.
Now that's a good computer.
Get the rope.
And the whole Trash 80 thing back in the day too. I mean, it's something that my friends used to. We sort of have a bit of a tongue-in-cheek joke with each other. And my Commodore 64 friends, you did this on your Trash 80, and you did that on your old Bommodore and stuff like that. We were just joking. It was just mucking.
Yeah, it's kind of like college football rivalry type stuff, So
Yeah, but
I
Apple
know
people don't joke.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I know in my case, we had some pretty heated discussions, let's put it that way, in high school and stuff. And there was actually a bit of hatred between the groups. Like
the irony of it was the only people who used computers in the 80s literally were nerds. No quote unquote normal people use computers. So by having this computer competition, you're basically saying who's the best and biggest nerd of all the nerds. It's like king of the losers, right? Who's the king of the losers is what we were fighting for.
I have a hex pad. Come on.
So
now nerds rule the world.
Well,
they rule the world now.
If I were responding to that, I think I'd ask them if they own an iSpend.
An iSpend?
What's that?
An iMac or an iPhone or
iSpend.
iSpend.
They're not really any more or less expensive than the competition.
Oh, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to hear about your Apple rhetoric.
Yeah.
All right, so.
I did want to mention one other anecdote.
Whatever.
I did want to mention one more anecdote, too. Like, I had this heated competition in high school because we had people with Commodore 64s, Atari 800s, CoCos, and Apple IIs in the school itself. And then I think about grade 10 or 11, the teachers decided to let us on one Friday night bring your own home computers because they wanted to expose the students to other home computers, not just what the school board had. And we brought in CoCos, we brought in Commodore 64s, and then the animosity went way down because we're all playing each other's games, and they're going, "Wow, the Zaxxon on the CoCo was actually pretty damn good," and they'd see Daggerath, and that's totally unique. But we play Ultimate 3 on an Apple II, and we play whatever on the Commodore 64 and the Atari 800s, and then the vitriol went way down. We all saw that each platform had some advantages, had some unique titles that were really
and that's true.
Much easier. Yeah.
The Commodore has some phenomenal graphic capabilities, even though it's got a low end CPU. The graphics and the sound are both just amazing on the Commodore.
The color palette is mediocre, but
yeah,
pretty good for 16 color though.
For 16 color.
Yeah, and then you took like the Apple II, which only had 6 colors in high res, and you had that weird, stupid map screen and stuff. And some of the games that those program developers pulled off on that sucker are amazing.
That was the fun of the 80s. Every computer was different, and you went to one brand and you saw what it could do. But then you just walked to another booth, say, if it was a computer show, and it's a completely different brand, different graphics, different software.
Capabilities,
It was interesting. Whereas now you go to a computer show, it's PCs, and there's a Mac over there, and all the same.
Anyway, like you're running Photoshop, you're running browsers, you're running
And at this point, all computers are PC. The only thing that's different is the operating system. It's either Windows OS, Linux, or Mac.
That's right.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah. It was much more fun back then.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't realize that the applications that a lot of people use, like Microsoft Word or Photoshop, are available on the Mac as well as the PC.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how many customers are like, they're like, I have a PC because I have to use Microsoft Office. I'm like, well, we have Office.
Yeah.
And they're like,
and the same people say, well, I bought a Mac because I need to run Photoshop. Well, yeah, you can run Photoshop on Windows too. So these programs
and a lot of stuff now is being done via Google Docs and stuff, so you don't even need a full-blown WordPress.
No, it's all browser-based.
It's browser-based, so it doesn't really
I need a phone that actually makes phone calls and doesn't do all this other stuff that drains all the battery. That'd be nice. Like, give me an old Nokia any day.
Well, you can plug it in the wall right beside your landline phone, right?
Yes.
Cool. But yeah, I do remember those early computer shows where every booth you walked in was different.
Yeah.
Different computers, different culture behind it, in the people. It was interesting. It was good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, variety was the king. Yeah.
Sorry?
Variety was king. Everybody came up with their own stuff.
A lot more variety. And not only that, but you saw, say, Zaxxon on the color computer, but then you'd go to the next booth and you'd see Zaxxon on the Atari and Zaxxon on the Apple. And it was, the same program, but different. Each one exploiting
different interpretations of it, yeah.
It was interesting to see what each machine could do, or what the programmers of that computer could do to showcase their computers. What's different about them? What advantages they had?
I remember you were always looking forward to, what's the next generation going to be like? What are they going to add? And now it's just it's a little faster. It's got a couple more cores to the CPU.
Yeah.
Got a faster SSD and
faster frame
4K screen, 8K screen. So
well, the early days where the computers were so limited that when a new generation would come out and everything doubled or tripled or quadrupled, it was like, wow, look at how much it advanced.
Right.
But, I mean, we're to the point now where, how many more dots do you need on the screen? I got a 4K iMac. Do I really need a 5K or an 8K? Or,
and I've got about a half a K pair of eyes at this point. So.
Exactly.
But the way I view it is, the 80s, the late 70s and the early 80s was the computer revolution, where a new computer would come out, it'd have something completely different. All of a sudden, it's got a sprite chip. Nobody had a sprite chip before, or whatever. Now it's evolution. It's just we tweak it, we speed it up. Now we have to slow it back down because we got bugs in the chips, and you can break into stuff. And
Yeah, that stupid Spectre and Meltdown. I haven't patched my studio computer for that, and I'm not going to because I don't want it to be affected.
Well, there's more past that now too. So there's
I don't bother because it doesn't go online, that computer, and it's like Microsoft want to get in, they want to cripple this and cripple that. It's like, go away with your update. Mine works.
If you look at the first machines, the single board computers and stuff like that, they had 1K, 2K of RAM or something like that, and the first Apple and TRS-80. I mean, it was like 4K.
Yeah.
And
4K and 16K.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. In the 1980, $400 got you 4K. A year later, when I got mine in 81, I got 16K. So in a year's time, prices had dropped where you can get more for less. You know, and that trend kind of continued for a decade, where just about every year you got a little bit more for the same price or for less money, and that continued for like 10 years straight.
I never bought a CoCo brand new. All of the ones I bought were secondhand. And Nick knows two of the gentlemen that I bought them off. And one of them has passed away now. He ran the local computer club. And we just acquired so much stuff that these guys had built over time. And they went to PC because they were required for their jobs. And, you know, I can't put it in words. It breaks my heart, you know, seeing good stuff go to waste.
Absolutely, kind of like that warehouse we were talking about earlier.
James Jones has an interesting comment too that also explains how the computer industry has changed from YouTube, and he says those were the days when the computer section of bookstores weren't mostly about how to use name of this app. You were actually like, you know, how do you program? How do you
Photoshop for dummies?
Yeah. Well, before I worked at Radio Shack for 1 year, I worked at a Walden's Books in the mall, like right out of high school. And I was really, you know, in the computer section, you had a book on MS-DOS. You had Peter Norton talking about PC Revealed, and you had a book on DBase. You had a book on WordStar. You had a book on this, a book on that, and they were thick tomes. Each one of these things, you know, you could break a toe if you dropped it on your foot for the soft cover. But there were big books, each one dedicated to a single operating system or program or something else like that. And yeah, we had
all the programming books too. Like you had all those basic books.
Basic. Yeah, I remember buying books for Quick Basic and for Visual Basic for Windows 3.x and things like that. Yeah. So.
Yeah, my buddy wrote a book on Quick Basic.
Yeah.
And I saw it in the bookstore and I saw his name and I didn't realize it was him. I was like, that guy's got the same name as my buddy. And then a few months later, I walk in the bar and he's standing there and he slams his book down and it's the same Quick Basic books except it's all in Chinese. Wow. And he goes, I got published in Chinese.
Wow.
And he was all mad. And I was like, why are you mad? I said, I saw that book in the bookstore, the English version, and I saw your name, but I didn't realize it was really you. I just thought the guy had the same name. He goes, no, I wrote it. And he was mad because they paid him like $20,000 and just a flat rate. And then they turn around and published it in China and we're making a lot of money off of it. So he was kind of mad that he got
no royalties, huh?
Yeah, it was just a flat rate of $20,000. They actually wanted him to review a book someone else wrote, and he wrote back and rewrote chapter 1 and said, "This guy sucks. If I was writing the book, I'd write it like this." And he rewrote chapter 1, and so they wrote him back and said, "We'll do the other 12 chapters, and we'll give you $20,000." So he said he worked on it for like 6 weeks after work, because he works at Ford, and he worked on it part time for like 6 weeks, and thought he was making out because they gave him $20,000 for 6 weeks worth of part time work.
Wow.
Yeah, it was cool though. I was like, man, I'd be proud that I had a book that's being published internationally.
Sure, absolutely. But you want to get a cut of the pie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's still on Amazon. Fred Sexton Jr. is his name. So, forget the exact name of it. Something about Quick Basic though.
Neat. Well, we definitely took that one topic.
Well, that's right. Yeah. And Mark Bosley's there with his Trash 80 T-shirt.
Yeah. Have you gotten any life-threatening comments at your local bookstore lately, Mark B?
Bookstore is dangerous.
He doesn't wear it in public. That's funny.
You wear that in my bookstore again, I'm gonna kick your ass, man. Get that trashy shirt out of my shop.
Bookstore still in existence around.
Yeah, who goes to bookstores? What's that? What's a bookstore?
Wear that in a MAGA hat in public.
The only ones I know of are these like half. It's called half price books that do all the used books.
Oh yeah. It's like yeah.
And of course, Goodwill has a good selection.
Matt, you got more news, Curtis? But yeah, no, that was good. We took a topic and we ran with it, right? Or maybe we crawled with
Ran
it,
it
but
right into the ground.
Yeah.
At least a half hour.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys seen the screen again?
Yes, Blair Leduc. Leduc.
We mentioned this last couple episodes, but he did a fairly major update to version 0.4 of his Visual Studio Code with syntax highlighting and stuff for the CoCo assembly and stuff. And he's got a big list you can see at the top there of the stuff he's added. I'm not going to go through everything there, but still very much a work in progress. He's added auto completion. He's added hover and get actual help on how commands work, which is kind of cool, like this middle one here. He's he takes you hover over the BEQ opcode, and then it actually brings up this little help window that explains exactly what it does, how it works, what bit flags it's using. So he actually is an educational tool now, as well as just a way to do cross assembly.
Really nice.
Really cool. So I'm definitely following this project because I think I might have to actually get into it once he gets it completed.
Yeah, he was with us for the screening too, the CoCo Forever screening.
Yeah.
Turns out he himself is not French, but his name is. So we weren't sure for the longest time. We weren't sure if he was an actual Frenchie or not. So.
And here, this has been a rather interesting thing. Gary Neal's porting a game that he originally wrote back in 1987 on a CoCo 1.2 in BASIC, and now he's doing it in assembly. And the two screenshots you see at the top, the left one is his original BASIC version. The right is what he's currently doing in assembly, so he's making the shapes a little bit bigger and stuff. So he's learning assembly at the same time. There's been a fair number of people doing that lately, and John, we'll get to yours a little bit later in the news as well, so you can comment.
Well, I was just going to say I have to take off, but
okay, well, I'll move yours to right after this then.
Okay, I can
take off to the great white north.
So he's doing some better sprites, and he's changing the shapes and stuff. And then he had Erico came in and started designing, because he's a whiz kid at doing these
graphics.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at that!
It's an easy way to go. So he's got some of these fancier stuff, and then he was getting even fancier yet with
crikey
backgrounds. And, just kind of going nuts with the whole idea type thing. So.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
The dragon boat there's a nice touch.
Yeah.
But really, really cool just seeing like people collaborating and coming up with different ideas of how to enhance a game that was written 20, 30 years ago. And also Erico's really good at this, and this will also be part of Nick's thing next week too, hopefully. I've taken the really low color stuff that we had in our P modes and semi-graphics modes and doing some really incredible things with it. So, and then I'll skip ahead. I think John's I've got. Yeah, here we are.
John Lowry.
John's part 4 of his learning assembly language. In this case, if correct me if I'm wrong, John, but basically you've drawn some sprites on 2 different screens and then you page flipping to do the animation. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. And
yeah, because the Space Invader graphics are just 2 frames, so it's easy to just flip back and forth. But working out the setting up 2 pages and whatnot, and getting it into P mode 4 first, and then setting up 2 screens, clearing them, and getting the graphics up.
Oh yeah, look at that.
And then just flipping back and forth, and then jumping to a delay because it's too fast in assembly is all I'm doing. So it's not really proper, but right after I did this video and posted it, I went back in and I cleaned up a bunch of stuff. I was setting the graphic visual page when I was clearing it and stuff like that I really didn't need to do. So I yanked all that out, and I've been cleaning it up and rewrote the clear screen routine. And I realized, because I have page 1 and then page 2 follows it immediately, so I was like clearing page 1 and then clearing page 2, and then it dawned on me, well, why don't I just set the start address and clear both pages at once? So I've been hacking around with it a little bit, and so yeah, it's I'm getting there, and I do want to do a project, but I think I'm going to go back to H screens, because I kind of had that figured out, how to kick it into H screen modes and how to do the MMU stuff, and so I think I'll work there because there's more colors and more pixels.
Yeah, and one thing I want to emphasize, because you're doing this as a learning project, as is Gary Neal. I mean, some people have kind of piped in like, you could optimize it doing stack blasting or something like that, but the whole point of this, I think, is more to learn the basics of how the assembly language works, how it works with the VDG, how it works with the gimme, and then you can get into the fancy stuff later. But basically, this is just
I'm on chapter 1, and they're talking chapter 13.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I thought the same thing. I said, I could give you some tips to speed that up, and I'm going, but that's not the point.
Right, exactly. Yeah, just getting it so it's working. It was like, yay, because I mean, it took like 6 days to get to this point, and like I'd get one problem fixed, and then another one would crop up, and it was going into some weird mode because I was disabling the interrupts. So I pulled that out, and that fixed that issue. That took like 2 or 3 days to figure out. So yeah, it's just getting it to a point where it's working. Was a real.
It's not just this clearing the screens. You're learning how to make loops, and you're learning how to manipulate the hardware, and
yeah, the loops and things like that I pretty much know, and I've known for a long time. But it's just figuring out exactly what registers to poke into, to put it into the mode you want, or to set the video offset where you want it to be for a particular page and whatnot, and working out the routine as to how to, the main loop's like 4 or 5 lines. I set page 1 and go jump to a delay, and set page 2 and dump to a delay, and there's just loop. That's the main loop there that you're seeing when the characters are moving. So that's pretty simple. It's mainly just figuring out how to control the registers, especially because the way the SAM registers work, there's the register pairs, and one sets it and one clears it, and getting all that figured out and determining what values you need for what offset you want and whatnot.
Yeah, and one of the reasons I wanted to bring this up in particular too is because Bruce Moore's been working with a CBasic compiler on his next project, and he's been having some issues with getting page flipping to work. And we're trying to figure out, is it the compiler that's causing the problem? Is it the fact that you have to shut interrupts off? Bruce, I don't know how far you've gotten on that, but
I've been working on that during the show, and I don't think it's. I don't actually think it's CBasic at this point. I've got a custom music player. I was working with Simon on, and if I never turn that on, the flicker does not seem to appear. So
it's an RQ service handler or something. Maybe.
Well,
interrupt.
Something, yeah. There's something funny. There's something funny going on there, and. So I'm hoping to, I'll be talking with Simon about that, see if he's got any bright ideas on what could be going on there. But I was thinking I might have to just totally start over again, but maybe not. Maybe I can continue with the CBasic hybrid with that and my own machine language code.
Cool. Yeah. Anyway, keep us posted, and keep posting questions in Discord and on Facebook. And
good job, John Lowry.
Oh, well, thank you. And as I get new stuff going, I'll post videos on Facebook. I'll continue to post.
Have you done assembly before? Or is this your first foray into it?
No, I did 1609 before, and like 25, 30 years ago. And I also did Z80 because I had a Model 1 and had done some Z80 programming. And back in the 90s, I did some x86 on a PC a little bit. Not a whole lot, just tinkering. But this is I'm kind of getting back into it, and I just want to get better and better at it. And I've always kind of wanted to, but life gets in the way, and so I'm just trying to push forward and understand more things and how to do certain things within machine language, because BASIC makes life easy if you want to calculate its sign, but how are you going to write a routine to do that in assembly? It's like cheat and use a table or something rather than do the math.
Anyway, we'll follow both yours and Gary Neal's and Bruce's projects, and any help the community as a whole can give any of you guys, or even helping each other too, because you and Bruce are kind of doing the same thing at the same time, or with page flipping.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, cool. Well, thanks for showing that.
Yeah. Anyway, if you said you had to take off, so I just wanted to get your bit out of the way there so you could.
Yep, I do. So I'll
to
talk
the Great White North.
To the Great White North.
It's the beauty way to go.
Hey.
See you guys later.
Take care.
See you, John.
Bye.
Here's a video I stumbled on YouTube. A guy got the Wyco trackball and decided to try playing a game with it. He picked Demolition Derby, which is probably one of the worst games you could possibly think of using with the trackball.
Yes, I would agree.
You can watch him just flipping his hands here, just going crazy trying to steer the car. Like he's having a seizure or something there. But this would be challenging. I want to see him try Popstar Pilot next on level 3 now, I guess it is.
He's got a good setup there with the multi-pack, and looks like Orchestra 90, and he's got his floppy controller going on. Looks like he's playing this off the cartridge, a Demolition Derby. So.
Yeah. My favorite part of this video, though, I'll just fast forward a teeny bit here, is at the end.
He swears.
Just watch his hand.
I still haven't. I still
playing it with the trackball.
I still haven't used mine yet, so that's on my to-do list. So.
Yeah, I sent him a comment suggesting maybe Colorpede or Polaris might be a better idea. But
Yeah. Okay.
It's got RSI from playing Demolition Derby.
No.
Okay. This one here, Todd Wallace did his first programming using the OPL3 chip that Ed Snyder has in the Mega MPI. And he's just doing single tone at this point, but he actually is kind of figuring out how the chip works. And I don't know if my sound is shared.
This is interesting. I read about this just before the show, actually, and I'm really keen to see what he's done because I want to get into that too.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Does literally.
Yeah, maybe stop sharing for just a second, and when you reshare it, you can check the box to share sound. Or you got it going? There you go.
I think so. Can you guys
Check
hear
it out.
Yeah,
My first ever music program using the FM synthesizer chip and the Mega MPI. Load it in. Here we go. Here's my masterpiece.
Yep. What's my age again? Yeah. Good one.
Anyway, yeah, it's cool because he's never programmed for that chip before, and then
Sounds like a sound blaster. As soon as I heard that, it sounds like a sound blaster. Yeah.
So once it gets into polyphonic, it's really interesting to see what they come up with. So
yeah.
This was an interesting one for Matchy, and he didn't actually. I think he posted on his personal page. So it's not really out on the CoCo thing, but I just happened to stumble across it. And he's done the kind of a pole position engine using SemiGraphics 12 as a quick video demo. And,
yeah, that looks cool. Kind of looks more like Outrun because of the palm trees,
yeah, actually, maybe it is, and he doesn't have any curves either, which is more like I think the original. So, but it's a good example of some of the stuff you could have done in SemiGraphics that we just never. Not enough people use that mode.
Yeah. And when you're not trying to mix text, it still can be done on the CoCo 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks really good.
Yeah.
It's very mesmerizing. I could just stare at something like that all day,
Wait, what's that Penn and Teller game there where you drive the bus for real time from Vegas to whatever? It'd be perfect for that.
Yeah, good job there, Matchy.
Hi, this next one here, special live gameplay. There was a live stream a couple days ago by Jerry Young. And he's already friends with Jim Gary, I found out. So he knows about some other stuff. But he was just he does an explanation of the MC10. He's got a couple of them himself. He's got the 16K RAM expansion. And he did a live stream playing a couple games. He played Lost World Pinball and the Pac-Man game. And then he mentions a couple of others a little later on, but doesn't actually play them. But he's got kind of a nice explanation at the end and the beginning here about the machine itself in general, as well as the gameplay part.
System. And you can see a little picture of it there with the expansion pack on it in my screen there.
Sound effects are riveting.
Yeah.
And there is no controller. I have to use a keyboard.
It's almost an OPL3 chip, I think.
Yeah. Sounds more like an OPL4.
Yeah, maybe. There's the Pac-Man code, which actually is quite a well done one.
I got another guys. Well, let's get that one. Oh no!
Cool.
But then he starts going through he's got the manuals
with computers anymore.
Kind of goes through the bits. This actually shows the hardware he's got, some of the add-ons he's got,
to use the computer,
it's a kind of pretty interesting
programming and
video that he did, and it's almost an hour long. So for James Diffendapper, just can't get enough MC10.
And if you download the emulator, which I'm going to have in the description below,
perfect for them.
Do you need a whole manual on how to prop up a window?
Somehow I wound up with 2 MC10 manuals.
I think that's to raise it up higher so you can prop up the window a little bit taller.
Oh man, I mean,
I could use one of those if you don't want one.
if the CoCo was the underdog of the 8-bit era, the MC10 is the underdog of the CoCo. You know, it's just.
There's a flea on the dog.
Yeah.
We need a trash 80 equivalent just for the MZ10, like a slang.
Hello, Explorer VR. Ben Drakes is out there.
And speaking of Jim Gary and MC10 here, he released 2 more videos of some games he's ported. The first is called Corpses from Hebdogisella Seal. I don't know what it is.
Hedge Logical? I don't know what the hell that is. Yes,
I
okay.
have no idea. I think he got drunk right at the time he wrote that title, or his cat ran across the keyboard.
Is that Canadian that he's writing in there?
Not that I'm aware of.
Sounds French.
Yeah, Nick Marotta, do you want to translate for me if you know?
Hebdogisel.
I wonder if he wrote this on a
Translated
CoCo
from French,
Do.
maybe. Yeah, might be.
I like
Okay.
I like the 42 there also. There must be something.
Yes. Well, because there's.
His Czechoslovakian hot air balloons will graze half-heartedly under his porcelain cap. Like, this just sounds like a bizarre game.
So is this just like taking different words together and making nonsensical non sequiturs?
Yeah, he said he translated it from French. I'm not sure if he quite finished by the looks of this.
Okay.
Hebdogisel was a French computer magazine published from
Literal in the
1983.
translation there.
Yeah.
It was a computer magazine.
Okay. I don't know much about the history of it. Just thought it was kind
His
of
funny hot air balloon will sputter disdainfully with this perplexed corpse.
I don't even know if I want to see the graphic adventure version of this one, but anyway.
Is Mama sleeping still? Oh, the thing.
And then his second video is Space
alone.
Rescue, which is a port that was originally done by Matt Rudder from Softside. Now, this is based on Lunar Rescue by Taito, a 1979 arcade game, but he actually did a pretty good job of it.
Turn that down a little bit.
He has a little XY running man that you rescued. I thought was pretty cool.
That was a brilliant way to do that.
Yeah.
Is he
But
firing
plays
up it?
Yeah, the original arcade game, you get launched from that green ship at the top to go rescue the men, and you have to land on the platform.
Yeah, the asteroids moved horizontally.
Yeah. And then when you've gotten the human at the bottom, then the asteroids in the original arcade game changed to spaceships and started firing at you. You had to shoot them and fly back up to finish rescuing your guy. So he's kind of doing something similar here.
Okay.
But I mean, if you've ever seen the original arcade game, it's actually pretty close, except for the lack of movement of all the asteroids.
That's cool.
And then, another Jim Gary. Now, I didn't know he had this. Apparently, this has been up for a while, but he has blogs on when he's doing some of his ports for the MZ10 and the CoCo, hosted at the university he's a professor at. So he's got all these different ones. You can click on all of these to read, the history of his porting the project here of a whole bunch of these, and then links to the emulators themselves and stuff if you actually want to try to run them. So there's been some pretty interesting stuff in there. Some we've seen before, some are before we did. But if you guys want some of the history of his development of some of these games, there's a whole plethora of them here to take a look through. So it's quite interesting.
Plethora, is that the Canadian way to say plethora?
Sure.
Okay.
That was the French accent.
Plethora, eh?
Yeah. All in full calour.
Calour.
Take off.
Hey?
Calour, eh?
Calour.
I've got to go, guys. So,
all right, Nick.
Yeah, no worries. Good show.
Thanks for being here, Nick. Take off.
See you later. Crikey.
Crikey.
see you, Nick.
See you later. Bye.
You hoser. That's the last of the visual news. I have one last article that Henry Reitfeld on Friday morning, I think it was, put up. He had 3 things for sale, and there was some pretty unique hardware, or at least hard to find hardware. He had a CoCo 1 with an HDL keyboard in it, which is widely viewed as one of the best keyboards we ever had on CoCo.
$50.
He had a gray MPI that was also modified for the CoCo 3 and supported 12 volts. So it supported some of your older peripherals like the X-Pad on a CoCo 3, plus it had the PAL chip for the CoCo 3, so it actually worked properly. And then he also had a Disto Supercontroller 2 with a 4-in-1 board, which had the floppy and hard drive controllers, real-time clock, parallel port, serial port, all for sale. And by this morning, everything but the SC2 had been sold already.
Wow.
I'm going to change my name to Sale. All these things for sale.
Yeah, I would have bought that. I don't follow the list too often, but yeah, that HDL keyboard, man, for $50. Keyboard's worth more than $50.
Yeah, and the super controller too, he's got, it was for sale for $200. It has HDB DOS, so it's already been modified to be DriveWire compatible, etc.
Yeah,
built into it, and then all the 4-in-1 board stuff. And from what I saw on the list today, when he was mentioning everything else is sold, is that he's also including a floppy and hard drive with it, like it's included in the case.
Oh wow!
So it's the whole system. It's not just the controller, from what I understand. And I mean, that's beautiful. And $200, that's a really good price for all of that. So I don't know if it's still available since we started the show, but if anybody's interested, head on the CoCo list and send him an email. And that's all I had for news.
All right. Thank you, Curtis Boyle.
I think there's two other things we need to mention if we have time.
Yeah, there was some discussion stuff like VCF and stuff that I thought would make more than news. It would be more of a discussion, so that's why I left it.
Yeah, I think we need to touch on VCF West that's coming up here in a couple weeks, and then make an announcement on VCF Midwest.
Go ahead. You have the floor.
Oh, I don't have the information pulled up. I wasn't actually for VCF West. We probably need to ask Mark
Greg,
Overholzer.
that's the worst segue I've ever heard.
Yeah,
It's
thanks.
really compelling.
Talk about
But
this.
no, I wasn't a part of that meeting for VCF West, so maybe Mark or
I'll
somebody
defer
can
to
talk about
Mikey,
that.
but I'll talk about it too if need be.
Okay.
Defer to me.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can defer. Okay, he's a Californian, so we can.
Well, the de facto ringleader here is Mikey is so.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I'm
because Mike
sponsoring
mentioned
the
on
whole thing.
Discord that nobody did represented the CoCo the last one of these, correct?
Well, I mean, there was some guy that had, like he had some CoCos. There were a few there, but I mean, as far as a community effort, there's crickets, nothing. So
you're rectifying that
the
this
Atari. Just as an example, if you go back to the video from last year, I think
Mm-hmm.
the Atari people had a whole wall. They were playing videos. They were doing all kinds of stuff. There were a couple different Apple II booths. They had like Apple II GSs playing. They had their Apple II GS sound card, Apple II, all this stuff. Where are we? Nowhere. So I decided, what the heck? It's local. So I decided that I wanted to sponsor a how did I put it? Tandy TRS-80 color computer booth at VCF West this year.
Okay.
Thank you very much for doing that, by the way.
Yeah.
And what is the date of that event?
It is August 3rd and 4th. And it is held at the Computer History Museum, which is here in the Silicon Valley area in Mountain View, California. And it's a very nice venue.
Yeah.
They basically have a huge room, and it looks like they have a lot of exhibitors this year. I specifically asked them to put us close to other retro. I said put us close to the Apple and Atari guys. Apple, Atari, and Commodore guys.
Right.
So we kind of have a section where I don't want a competition, just sort of give them the idea.
Exposure.
Which I think they got that. The table next to us is 6502 based computers. Across the way is IBM PC something. It's fine. Our neighbors are all going to be from around the same era, and that's kind of what I wanted.
Right.
It's not about rivalry. It's
more about a proper grouping of where you. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Camaraderie.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. I was gonna say I would if I could maybe swing something, but I have a big family reunion in August. Matter of fact, just to plan a bug right now for Mark Bosley or somebody, the weekend of August 13th, I think it is when I'm going to be at my family reunion. So I would need somebody to host the show, stream the show, that weekend. And that's why it makes it kind of iffy for me to be able to make VCF Midwest, which I think is in September. I got a lot of expenses coming up during the month of August. I'm just not sure what my budget's going to be like. So, but no, it'd be great. It'd be great to have the CoCo represented there, and you have Mark Overholzer's there. Hopefully, Rob Inman's still not too far away, and possibly get maybe Ron Delvaux. If Rob's going to drive from Arizona, he can make it a road trip and bring Ron Delvaux and Paul T. Barton. Bring them
Can
all.
you fit his entire garage in the car, though, is the question.
We got Tim Lindner.
Tim Lindner. Okay, great.
I'm not putting any work on him to do anything. He just has to show up and have a good time talking to people.
Yeah.
So I think of him as a special guest. And I asked Steve Bjork and a couple other people. But I think the four of us, I just wanted to have enough people so that nobody gets stuck the entire time doing booth duty.
Sure. And if you guys don't have either CoCoTALK or I'm a Coconut shirts, send me a message in Discord with your address and preferred shirt size and color, and I'll send you guys some shirts.
Rob Inman is taking care of that.
Okay, perfect.
So,
now, do you have a plan for your booth? Like, what are you going to be demonstrating? Are you going to be rotating through different things depending on the time of the day, or is it set up some stuff and run?
we're still discussing some of those details, but I've sort of outlined 5 different stations, and hey, Mark, what do you think about our discussion earlier? You think I should just go ahead?
Yeah.
All right. Earlier this morning.
Oh, yeah. I'm okay with it.
All right, fine. So I outlined 5. Sorry for that. I outlined 5 different stations. I'm actually getting so station number 1. Basically, going to have 2 CoCo 3 stations. They're both 6309. They both have 2 meg boomerangs. We're actually going to demonstrate Gimme X at VCF West.
Cool.
Getting a demo unit. And so we have that. We have the HDMI converters, switcheroo, those kinds of things. Have a CoCo 2, CoCo VGA demo. So sort of the theme that I wanted to have, because they didn't want to have a whole bunch of random stuff. The theme is sort of like, hey, vintage computer community, the CoCo guys, we're here and we're doing cool stuff too. So
it's kind of to show off new hardware and add-ons and stuff, then not just showing the retro computer as it was.
Right.
Yeah, that's there. Show what it's capable of now. Yeah.
Right.
The Gimme X. That's awesome to be able to have the demo of that there.
Yeah. I have to. I don't know if we can publish anything, but we can probably show that a little bit, since it seems like many people missed it at CoCo Fest.
Yeah,
it was there.
Yeah, that would be cool.
I had no idea it was there.
Yeah, I knew, but I didn't really talk to Gary. Looked busy, so I didn't really talk to him about it. So CoCo VGA, and then we have PSG and Game Master and all that kind of stuff. The other thing, of course, we're going to have SDCs. So the other 2 stations are sort of like on the emulation side. I've been, as Curtis knows, I've been trying to prepare stuff for the CoCo 3 FPGA. I've been bugging Curtis a lot about that. And so we can I plan to demonstrate EOU on there, Physics on the CoCo 3 FPGA, because those are sort of the software, some of the operating system section, and FPGA, and haven't finished. Haven't really started working on it yet, but I also want to have a demo of CoCo Pi 3. So we're going to have 5 demo stations. We have so many things that we can demo. It's kind of a little overwhelming. So probably the tactic is going to be we'll get all the base hardware set up, and we'll probably be switching things around throughout the show.
Goes.
Yeah. That's really cool. That's like a mini CoCo Fest right there.
Exactly. I wish CoCo Fest was here in the area, because I'd roll up with all this stuff.
Yeah, so, I would love to join you guys, but just the timing and the finances aren't as good for me.
All I can say is Ron Delvaux in a large U-Haul. Just bring him up. Get about 5 or 6.
Just put his garage on wheels.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I'm pretty much providing almost all the hardware. So
that's cool. Thanks for doing
This room I'm in is going to be empty. There's not going to be nothing in it. It's all going to be over there, Mountain View.
Well, thanks a lot, guys, for doing that.
Yes.
You're doing a great job.
Yes.
I think it'll be pretty cool.
Charles Tandy would be proud.
And also thinking about trying to get on, on CoCoTALK. Probably it might be a little problematic to get on permanently. I mean, if we can come up with some kind of a stand, we might be able to put a phone on a stand and let it stream the booth or something. I don't know.
Oh, that would be
have
cool.
To think about that.
Yeah.
You guys can we'll just keep it on mute.
Kind of like what we did at CoCo Fest, where Brian, the music man, had a webcam set up there, and he just streamed from a corner. That would be kind of cool. Yeah.
Yeah, just an idea I had that you guys can see what's going on there. So, you have anything to add, Mark?
Oh, just we're kind of short on stuff from like a joypad adapter, and I don't think any of us have one. I mean, I have a CoCo GMC and the PSG, but maybe talk to, I guess, Neil or somebody, see about maybe getting a little bit more hardware. Other than that, I think we're pretty well covered on modern stuff.
And then I guess we just have to figure out the software issue with the OU on the.
Okay, so reach out to Richard if he's got any joystick adapters, and if he's got them, I'll pay for them.
We have those.
So what do you need then? What did you say?
We have the Paragon. The other
the joypad adapter.
The Sega joypad adapter.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I don't know if it's going to be easier for me to ship mine or to see if John Linville has any more. I can get him to ship one to you guys. So why don't you guys reach out to see if John Linville has one, and if he does, then I'll order it and have him ship it to one of you guys.
Okay. I'll try to. I've been talking to him about Games Master. I'll try to remember to.
Or Neil Blanchard too, because I think Neil Blanchard is the one who's actually manufacturing them. So
I'll take an action item to.
Do
that.
Yeah. If he's got them, then I'll pay for it to have it. I'll purchase it and pay to have it shipped to you guys.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you. You're too kind. Yeah. No, that's cool. That's cool. So that's VCF West, which is coming up in August, and then VCF Midwest is when, in September?
Yeah, I got the information here pulled up. It's September 14th and 15th.
Okay.
It'll be located in Chicago, Illinois. Actually, it's the suburb of Elmhurst, Illinois, at the Clarion Inn.
I'm going to try to go to that. It's just really going to be tough. But yeah, so I have the date too that I'm going to be out of town. It would be August 10th is going to be the Saturday that I'll be in Panama City for my family reunion. So that would be the day I would need somebody else to stream the show. We're going to be gone.
Was that the 15th, was it? That you need to
September.
help this, maybe?
No, the 10th.
The 10th of August.
10th, week early. Okay. 10th of August, right.
10th of August,
okay.
Yeah. So, I would love, I don't think I'm going to be able to make VCF West. I would love to, but VCF Midwest, I might be able to stretch that if I can get a cheap flight. So that'd be cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of us that are planning to go. I think myself, CoCo Man, I think Richard, Jim Brain, and David Ladd, I believe we're all going. So there'll be quite a few of us there.
Yeah, it'd be great. Cool stuff. Cool. All right. Well, what else do we have to talk about, boys and girls? Anything?
Bruce, you're still with us, Bruce?
Oh, yeah. Bruce was going to play his 8-bit song. Yes. Why don't we do that?
So I previewed. I had one line.
Okay.
Last week, I've got the course may change the lyric a little bit, but I basically got it down here. So, and appropriate since you've had the 8-bit guy on.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna turn some drums on here. Hopefully this works.
Okay.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
Here it goes. Okay. 8-bits are more than enough. I've been slinging the code. I've been tearing it up. 8-bits are more than enough. I could do this all day, never giving it up. Something like
That's cool.
Cool.
8 bits are more than enough. I've been slinging the code. I've been tearing it up. 8 bits are more than enough. I could do this all day, never giving it up. That's a good retro motto there.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you go with the video output on your original 4K CoCo 1?
Yeah, Carlos Camacho told me to stay tuned. He may have a composite solution for me there, based on...
He's going to do the board based off that mod that I...
Well, I don't know. It's a little mysterious. Yeah. That may be what he's doing, so that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. 8 bits are more than enough. That's such a great hook.
Yep.
Maybe we can get some analog synth to go along with that to help the whole 8-bit mantra there, huh?
Yeah, I think that'd be cool.
Maybe. I'll stick in a bit of do a collaboration or something. I'll put a synth line in there for you if you want.
Oh, that might work.
Yeah.
Especially a little instrumental part. You could have the melody playing like on a, I don't know how far back you want to go, DX7 or younger.
Or even
older, I guess.
Minimoog. I've got a Minimoog here, so I can do it on that.
That'd be cool.
Cool.
All right. That was it.
Awesome.
Maybe more next time. You get the development of a song here.
Yes. Well, as the old saying goes, if CoCoTALK lasts more than 4 hours, you're welcome. And we are at the 4-hour mark. So this was a good show. We had 2 nonstop hours with Dave Murray, the 8-bit guy, which is more than I would have expected, and it was all good stuff. So
and we didn't even get to Jason being at his show.
Yeah. We had Jason Reichert at his video game thing that we didn't even get a chance to see, and apologies to David, to Jason Reichert.
He's thrown some photos up in the private planning on Discord if you wanted to take a quick boo, but he's also said he's going to make like a 15-minute video where we can view next week. I don't know if we want to save the pictures for next week.
Let's save it for next week then.
Okay.
And have a whole production on that. No, good times, man. This was a good show. I enjoy doing this every week with you guys. It's always fun. Every now and then we have a nice surprise. Today was definitely a nice surprise. And I want to thank everybody out there in the live stream who's still with us now. So out there in the live chat right now, we've had James Jones and Explore VR, who's Ben Drakes. Erico has been out there. Nick Marotta, Mark Overholzer, Tim Franklin. Matchy has been out there. Tim Franklin. David Lord has been out there. A lot of people in the live chat all throughout the day. Paul Fiscarelli was here earlier. Ken Reichert out here. Jim Brain was here earlier. Mark Overholzer. David Lord. So many people in the live chat. Had a great turnout today in the live chat, and that was great. Had a good panel. We still have with us Mark D. Overholzer and L. Curtis Boyle. David O'Connor has returned to us. We're grateful to have you here. And Mark Bosley, D. Bruce Moore. 8 bits is more than enough, right? Unfortunately, Grant Leedy was also here. James Diffendaffer has been here.
Screw you, Stevie.
Nick Marotta. Mikey has been here. Michael Furman. We got a couple of Australians with proper Australian accents like Chad and David O'Connor. Not like that hack Kiwi-sounding Nick Marentes. So
Bird. He's actually great.
Nick and his fashion chops.
Oh man! All right. So have we done enough? Have we said enough? Have we beat this one to death? I tell you what I haven't done. We've slaughtered it. I haven't thanked the patrons.
That's right.
Let's thank the patrons. All right. So we want to thank the patrons who are the actual literal sponsors of our show. So let's give a big thank you and a warm gratitude to Al Hartman, Alan Huffman, Blair Leduc, Brendan Donahue, Brian Joyce, Fedor Stamen, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Disney Saints fan, Eric Canales, and Grant Leety, and Jason Downs, and Ken Reichert, and Kyle Etter, Malfunct, Paul Fiscarelli, Frenomythic, Richard Lorbieski, Ripened Peach, Rob Inman, Steve Bjork, Terry Steggy, the Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., and Tom S. Thank you all for your patronage, because we continue to add more services to our ability to do live audio broadcasting now. So we've got 2 different podcast services that we're using. So we're live on Spreaker. You can now hear us live. While we're live on the show, you can listen to us live, and the replays are also immediately available. So you don't have to wait for me to download and process and upload the audio. Audio is real time and immediately available. So that's a whole second service that we're doing on top of our other podcast hosting and the services we use for Zoom and for Restream to multicast. And there's a plethora of monthly bills that we are incurring to bring this program. And luckily, there are a number of people who are helping support those costs and making it, kind of pay for itself. So thank you to all of you. You are too kind. I'm going to go ahead and run the closing credits, and then we'll have our parting thoughts. Now, of course, I got to find my closing credits. Hold on. Outro. Here we go. Stuart Williams just showed up, said, been listening to you all evening from Walsall, England, former home of the Tandy UK headquarters. Thanks for sharing your fascinating conversation. Did I say that right? Walsall or Walsall? Walsall. Is it Walsall? I don't know. I'm screwing it up. Help me pronounce that.
Walsall?
W-A, looks like it says W-A-L-S.
Walsall.
Hey,
Walsall.
I spent the summer there in 1990, about a 10-minute drive from that place, and I didn't even know.
Oh, yeah?
Walsall is how you say it over there. Walsall.
Walsall. All right.
That's it.
It's like WNBC. It's Walsall. Okay. All right, we're going to play the outro, and we'll be back in just a minute with parting thoughts. This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at CoCoTalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTalk@CoCoTalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click the Patreon link at our website at CoCoTalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
CoCoTalk would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, Mark Overholzer, Grant Leedy, Bruce Moore, Nick Marentes, Ron Delvaux, Rick Adams, Jason Reichert, Richard Lorbieski, Jim Brain, Tom C., Rob Inman, Mark Bosley, Brian Joyce, Ken Reichert, David O'Connor, Brian Weasler, Terry Steggy, Nick Marotta, John Strong, and many more, especially to Steve Bjork for production suggestions and James Diffendaffer for making my head explode. Please help support the CoCo community by visiting some of its various contributors. A list of resources is available at imacoconut.com. That's IMACOCONUT.com. The CoCoTalk theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. All right, so of all the 117 shows we've had, this has been one of them.
That's very profound there.
Yes. Good show, guys. Thanks for being here. And did we get the proper pronunciation here? So he says it's called Walsall or Warsel. When we pronounce it Warsel? I don't know. I sound like I'm a drunk redneck when I try to pronounce that word. And I'm just a sober redneck, but give me a couple of beers.
I was just going to say, I don't think it has anything to do with pronunciation, but
yeah. Okay, yeah, we have a live audio podcast, so we are live streaming on YouTube, we are live streaming on Facebook, we have a live audio feed on our Spreaker feed, so if you search for CoCoTALK Live wherever podcasts are sold, especially the free ones, you'll find us there. For a single link to find out how to reach us on all the multimedia outlets that we're on, if you just go to CoCoTalk.live, that's the actual extension, like a .com, it's .live. So if you go to CoCoTalk.live, there are links to all the many ways you can enjoy or not enjoy our show. And so on behalf of everybody who's watched us for 4 hours now, thank you guys for every week for coming out here, making this shared experience a fun time for us all. Thank you guys on the panel who come out every week. Big special thanks to Brian Weasler for arranging David Murray, the 8-bit guy, and thanks to David Murray for being here for 2 nonstop hours. Great content.
Poor guy.
Yeah, we had the first 2 hours. Yeah, first 2 hours are great. The last 2 were all downhill, right into the shiter. Right. So we are gonna press the button. Say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Okay, this is me hanging up on the video feed. Goodbye, video feed.